Hello, everybody. Welcome to Paddling Pool 311. I'm Sigtakari. Joining me is Zari. And for our first match, I got a little bit mixed up before it. It's Banana Split versus you actual sodding Tic Tac. That is not an insult to you. That is their name.
It is indeed. It's also so British. Can I just say, I wasn't expecting this to be where we were starting today, but as I say, starting, we are getting right into this. There is no time to speculate. What have we got going for us? Okay, I see a different blaster on each side.
Yeah, we got double blaster, double hit it for both. Wolfie just kind of sticking with that Rapid Blaster Deco, the pack that we have been seeing a little bit more often now that Pencil's out of favor. And then the S-Blast that has just become so incredibly strong in the meta as of late. It looks like Banana Split's kicking us off with the opening pick and push. Just not quite going to be able to get much further past that checkpoint from the looks of it. You actual sodding Tic Tac has the man advantage now. They've gotten a pick, and Jin got whaled, but is not getting chipped at all by it. So Banana Split really are in a bit of a stalemate until the strikes come through. Tic Tac find two picks along with it, and now, with a third, they're already rushing forwards.
Yep, that is the turnaround that they needed there, and they are continuing to find picks and keep this momentum going, as pretty much all of Banana Split cannot drop and have to kind of stand back. Oh, that is unfortunate. Zuka hitting Wolfie straight in the face, and they continue past that second checkpoint already, down below 30, now into the 20s. I don't know if they're going to stop them in time. There's so much momentum.
Yeah, it looks like everybody from Banana Split's trying to rush the tower, but the only person to find any picks is Wolfie, and Wolfie immediately goes down for the tower rush. Huishin can't even find anything either, and that's a delayed wipeout. You actual sodding Tic Tac, they take that first game in stride.
Yeah, absolutely. It took them a little bit of time to kind of wind up to it, but once they were going, it did not matter what Banana Split threw at them. They just kind of dealt with it, continued pushing, and didn't let up. Truly did not let up. We saw at the beginning of the game that Banana Split did start very well, but as soon as those two picks came out and they were able to keep that push going, it just fell apart for them.
Yeah, those strikes that we just saw in the replay were kind of the thing that really got the ball rolling for Tic Tac here. Eflin went down, but, perfectly cutting off both Jin and Huisheng, and also finding a pick onto, I believe that was the Rapid Wolfie in that bottom right. It was really strong start for Tic Tac here. Now we're going to be switching over to Haggle Zones, El Clasico, but we have no pen this time.
No.
First time in a minute we can say that.
Yeah, it is very weird to see these competitive games now when you're not expecting a pencil, because that is so different than how the meta has been for so long. It's just been like, oh yeah, there's a pencil, we'll have something else for aggression, blah, 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 but we'll have a pencil. And now it's like, what? Pencil? Ugh. It's like so different. But loving the way that it kind of shakes it up a little bit. Now, if everyone's going to just settle on an edit, that's not really quite as shaken up as I think even the changes to Pencil was really pushing for. But we'll see. We'll see what teams are doing.
Yeah, edit being next in line for the cooler output. It has the incredible object damage. It kind of helps a lot in this meta, but we didn't see a ton of objects in either comp. The most there was a Booyah Bomb and the wall from a 52 gal. So, there's definitely a possibility in Pencil. I'm just, even as one of the biggest Pencil fans in the community, it's a good breath of fresh air that we don't see one now. Something we can expect, though, is probably Jin back on that S-Blast. Yep, there it is. And then Jason on the bucket, too. There's... Okay, no pen. And Wolfie switched over to that S-Blast to match as well.
Oh, very interesting. And I think there wasn't that crab tank on the side of Palo But I cannot be sure. I was very much more focused on the blasters last round. But that is very interesting to see them kind of just being like, okay, we'll try and match you on this instead. But already Banana Split are 2 down. And that does just kind of give your actual Sonic Tic Tac a little bit more space to push up, but it's not that much. Never mind.
The first one didn't really give a lot of space, but the burst bomb spam and the tri-strikes, as well as FLM finding that pick onto the jump, was just incredibly massive. Really gave them that breaking point, and now they're looking to hold for as long as possible, but they're going to have to deal with the Zipcaster close to a Booyah Bomb as well on the side of Banana Split. So after these burst bombs come through, I think that's going to be their main way in. But Jin is on this bottom left, just trying to find some chip. Almost gets one. Can't pop the Booyah in time. Zipcaster is also behind. Can it find any picks? No, Wolfie ends up going down in its stead. And there goes your heavy edit. That's that's basically a full hold for Tic Tac yet again. And this Crab is just struggling.
Yeah, even with all of their specials, using them together, it was not enough to kind of break what Tic Tac are doing right now. And there is next to no time left, and with 2 down, I don't think there's gonna be the possibility of a switch right at that end moment there. That is unfortunate for Banana Split.
Yeah, really dominant game on the side of Tic Tac as well. Just really not letting anything kind of out of the ordinary happen, not letting that Zipcaster create a high amount of variance for them. They have a very consistent comp with a lot of AoE and chip damage for the rest of the team to play off of. As well as just paint on paint for the blaster to work with. So, just playing for those, those being their win conditions and playing for them excellently.
Absolutely. They held that. They held it strong. Even whenever all of those specials were used, it didn't really shake that foundation that they'd set up on the zone. They might have lost a player or two, but it wasn't enough. Like they took people with them when they were gone, etc. So very, very interesting. But anyway, thank you. What am I saying? Anyway, we're going to be going to a short break now as we get ready for round 2. All right, see you guys then. wait. Okay, fine. Welcome back, everyone. We are into round 2 now with Mimzox. What are these names? Versus Agua. That one. That one is a lot easier to make sure that you get right. But yes, these are some very interesting teams. Specifically, some of these players like Porky and Gecko, and I think I see Rosa. Are these pickups or is this actual?
If I recall, Mimzox is a pickup. I believe Agua is the same. I think like 1 or 2 players are from teams. Like I know DZ from Petrichor on the side of Agua. I wouldn't think that Dismage or Rosa are on the same team. Both from time zone, but I don't think Rosa is like. I don't think Rosa's on the same Ludi team if I recall. But we're getting right into it. Inflock Clan Blitz, and I'm seeing Charger Zap.
Indeed. And a pencil for the first time. This tournament, we are seeing a pencil. So that's very interesting. Also, should mention a carbon. Always should mention a carbon, but there's 2 of them, which is just, normally like one team will be like, oh yeah, we're going carbon. But no, both teams.
This is getting out of hand, man.
Truly.
The strikes are coming through for Mimzox. Already have very solid control of Agua's plat. Gecko just trying to be a pest on those ledges. But Agua able to clear out with the strikes. Had to invest a bit of utility to do so, though. So they're going to have to play it pretty slow through mid. But they do end up finding 2 really big picks. If they get Gecko here as well, Rosa does. That is a huge turnaround. And with the cooler from the splash, Mimzox have a crab, or Agua have a crab to work with. And T is now in a pretty compromised spot.
Yes, indeed. That is very, very not good for Mimzox here. Getting even worse with that carbon ready and so incredibly pushed up. They're able to pop the basket first, but I don't know if they're going to get much more out of it. Looking at the state of things, they might be able to hold this off, but they are able to get at least 1 clam in the basket here. Agua kind of choosing to back off a little bit, but that does mean that this 1 power clam is not enough. But they do have 2 Mimzox.
Yeah, now they have 2, so they can grab the lead pretty easily. They're also close to some specials. They got Trizuka on deck, the Kraken already coming out, and T is rushing this power clam in thanks to the cooler. That's 1. You only need a couple more to score. Miku's going to toss it over to Porky. Porky gets the 1 in. There's the lead as well. And Mimzox with Porky in the back line. Their push is as good as gone, thanks to NB shutting that down.
Yeah, that is definitely something you can do with a carbon. It's like, oh yeah, I'm not watching a ledge that's above me because there's a carbon. It just happens immediately. Oh my goodness. But yeah, 2 down on the side of Mimzox here. They're kind of, oh my goodness, the sniper is just trying to live. Able to. But yeah, this is chaos. Nowhere is safe. Both of these teams are just like, oh no, where's this carbon?
Yeah, this might be the worst game, like, for a Charger to just even try and live in. It doesn't seem very fun for them, but it's working out for the Firefin. Even though Agua do end up taking the lead, Mimzox is right there to take it back. They have another power clam, they have a few more, and the pity on deck. NB finds 1, gets the 2nd as well, though Miku's the only one left and can't provide the jump for the pity. So lead does stay firmly in control of Agua for the time being, but we're down to that last 2 minutes, and really, it's Clan Blitz, it's Splatoon, anything can happen here.
Oh, absolutely. Anything can happen. It just depends on who gets the upper hand in the amount of kills that might be what turns this either way. Because both of these teams, they've not got horrendous clam economies, especially since that pity is sitting there for Agua. So it could very easily go one way or the other. I was gonna say, but it does look like it's gonna go Mimzox's way, but it's just like, it's so stally.
Yeah, and this is just causing so many issues for their team. T does end up finding window. There's somebody in the top left. I think it's Porky again. But now Mika's gonna just close in on that lead. I believe T has enough to take it. Yes, they
There
do,
we
but
go.
ends up going down here. It's just Porky and Miku left. And the Carbon jumps into bats. This could lead to something just extended hold-wise for Mimzox. Porky is trying to go back and create some more. Power Glam already at the ready, so Porky's running back here. And close to that Kraken, too. This could be shut down pretty quick. This could be put to bed for a game 1 for Mimzox, just if they get everything.
Ooh, and they do get quite a lot in there, and they're just trying to hold them back as far as possible. But that's currently 2 down on either side here. That probably will mean, that will mean that Agua gets one last push. But it depends on if they're able to get through mid, and they are kind of regrouping at the moment, which is giving Mimzox the time to kind of get back in again. But this is still...
Not again.
These carbons, just so good at coming out of nowhere.
This hurts. I listen. I love watching Carbons, but as a Charger player, this hurts my soul sometimes. And Agua's just gonna make a mad dash for the basket with both power claims, but nobody can find anything. It's just Dismage left, and with only the tri-strikes and no access to a power claim, just getting rushed down and boxed out by Mimzox here. They're gonna take game 1.
They are indeed. And that very much will be decisive for them. There was a lot of back and forth in that game. These two teams did show that they can definitely make some solid pushes. But yeah, that mad dash at the end was just not what Agua needed. Definitely not. And those sometimes can work, but so often just it's a kind of a dying effort. But yeah, these two teams, I'd be interested to see how this goes for the next game of the set, because I still think either team could have taken that.
Yeah, it was pretty tight there up until like the last minute. Basically, after this lead swap happened, it was close up until that happened, because then it went all the way down to 21 on the next push. But then again, Agua still had like plenty of like power claims to score, make it an even closer game, bring it within 10 at least, with those 40 points scored from a power clam. So I could definitely see them having a bit more fight in them for game 2 here, especially since Porky on that 96 might struggle a little bit, as a 96. As somebody who's played that a little, I feel like it can struggle often on Robo Ramen.
Yeah, and especially since you're trying to keep that paint up, that's not really what the 96 is for. No, if you get in front of it, if you're able to do a lot of spacing the other team out, it can go in your favor. But yeah, it's not the kind of weapon that's built for this. So definitely like on the back foot with that, let's say, but not impossible. I'd be interested to see if there's any changes. I don't think they really would need to. I would love to continue to see Carbon shenanigans, but I'm not sure we'll get both of them continuing, right? I'd expect at least one Carbon to stay, but maybe not both of them.
I mean, there's a non-zero chance. Like, I think the only thing in our way really is like NB switching to an AOE weapon, or if Gecko really wants. I know they're also a very proficient Stamper player, so like we could definitely see that Carbon duel again. It's just a question of, is it gonna happen?
Yes, indeed, it is more of a question of is it, as opposed to yep. Okay, we've got at least one of them.
There's one.
Yeah, there we go. It continues. But yeah, and we still see that 96 as well. And the snipers stay the same. Fair enough. But yeah, already we can see that there's a lot more paint coming out on the side of Mimzox, but the first pick does go to Agua.
Yeah, Agua get that pick. They get the zone as well, and both Carbons end up trading out here. Agua would still have very solid control. This is one of the, like we talked about just a touch earlier, Mimzox can struggle with getting that zone painted. The only thing that really outputs a good amount of paint on their team right now is the NZAP, which is currently having to fight against that Carbon and gets traded out. So this could be pretty solid pickings for Agua, but they don't have players in the zone. It's actually just DZ left, But granted, DZ does stall enough for the rest of the team to get there, and MB finds 2, make that a 3rd. But it was really tough there for a time. Now Dismage is just rushing down the charger and has the crab on the glass just for the hold as well, just getting all these respawns taken care of.
Indeed, we can see Geki trying to kind of position themselves well there, but having to back up that little bit. Also, this whole time, the zone is continuing to tick. That is it pushed down to below 50 now. But is this going to be enough? Is this Kraken enough?
Oh, maybe if it gets that pencil pick, it's
No.
entirely possible. I think it could get another one here as well. I saw it getting the chip, and NB also goes down here. That was your first line of defense. Strikes are coming out. This mage gets traded out. That's a flip for Mimzox here. The jumps are coming through, though, and Rosa's on that pencil to contest pretty easily from really far back. So, honestly, I'd be surprised if this push keeps going on after this cooler comes up.
Yes, I just the more I look at these two teams, and yes, comps are not everything, but Mimzox does not quite have as much like explosive painting potential either. They have the strikes from the sniper, but they don't get them that often. And beyond that, none of their specials really do that much for it. They just kind of push people off. If you get picks like that with them, then they definitely can paint the zone and cause a lot of chaos and get it like that, but you still need the kind of delay of it, if that makes sense. But anyway, regardless, they're able to get the zone. They're still working on those penalty points. Mimzox finally are going to get some more points on the board. They've got to get that 34 to that 34 mark.
Ooh, Rosa could find a big pick here just onto that charger, but no, Miku ends up staying alive. The Zuka doesn't find anything either. NB makes their way into the zone, but DZ's really making the space here right now, already forcing everyone back, and NB's there to capitalize. There's one looking for that second. The Crab Tank is also there to support. NB does end up having to drop here, and that's really all that's going to happen from this push. The Crab, though, excellent work just keeping them out. The Zuka comes through, does get nerfed a little bit, so NB can stay alive. And now we see the Carbon Duel, and they're both animating.
Oh my god! And both Carbons go down for it. They're like, oh no, we really didn't calculate this correctly. Just staring each other in the face as they get killed by other people.
Most calculated Carbon play.
Oh, that was incredible. But that does mean that Agua is able to take back the zone and take back control. They've got a decent little chunk of penalty points to get through, but it will not take long for that to happen. And
Okay.
was like, I can live that. Didn't end up being true. Okay. Neither was the 96 staying alive a true thing either. But okay,
Yeah.
this is probably the last push that Mimzox. They have to get this right or else the game's over.
Yeah, and the strikes are coming through just to get that first contest, but again, just the lack of paint otherwise is such a problem for Mimzox here. Agua able to outpaint, and by that, by extent of that, they're able to just take easier fights. Worked out fantastically for that game too, and they're going to push us all the way to our Rainmaker Game 3. Now, I'm not familiar on what map it is. I'm waiting
Humpback.
for it's Humpback.
It's always
Pump
Humpback.
Track.
So
It's always this map, man.
That's the tiebreaker for Rainmaker. So yes, it's Rainmaker. Humpback, pump patch.
Okay.
Pump track. Jeez.
I'm kind of with it. We've been seeing a lot of Humpback Pump Track, but it is a pretty solid one. Definitely the best Humpback mode for sure, and I think people really appreciate it as a Rainmaker mode in general. I don't have many nice things to say about it personally.
Yeah, it's a map.
It certainly is. I just have beef. I play weapons that aren't good on this map outside of Bucket. The Chargers again.
No, the Chargers.
Botlings can be solid,
yes.
but I haven't been able to play them until recently, and don't even think about it with like Galugas. But this map definitely leans towards a weapon like a Carbon Roller. Can definitely do a lot of damage, put in work in those trenches, underneath the ledges, and especially around those top mid little half walls that you got going on there.
Oh yes. Oh yes. If the mid is painted in another color, you better be careful approaching it with these carbons on the prowl. So definitely this is gonna be I would say without a shadow of a doubt, they should be keeping those carbons. I'd expect they're still gonna have the 96 there and the 52 on the other side. The snipers, well, you just mentioned that snipers do not have as fun times, as fun of a time on this map as some other backlines might have. But you know, people still do it.
Yeah,
They have to.
they have to. You know, they're not necessarily bad. Like, you know, they're not unplayable on this map. They're
No,
close,
you're just not.
and they're not
You're
fun.
just not gonna have fun. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like there's
It's
no
annoying
chance
with the
of-
ledges. You know, there's so many inconsistencies with a ledge compared to a ramp. You know, for a backline player, that it can be very frustrating. I'm curious because of that. I want to see what Miku runs here. If it's gonna be the ZF, no, it's the vanilla charger for the VAC. Just get a few extra points out of there. And there's not really much to fill on the other side. Obviously, the second shooter is going to be big from, I believe, Dismage. But outside of that, you know, nothing has
no
a crazy paint
crabs,
output.
really. That's
Yeah.
the one other thing that's changed, but it's changed for a different shooter. So like, it's like, oh my god, this is so different. But already that's 2 down on each side. What is this beginning? Teams are not waiting about it.
Yeah, no, Rosa's already moving on to that checkpoint, but gets picked off by the charger. It's already paying off in dividends. Also, no scope. Pretty solid change here. Less range, more mobility can definitely help out here for, you know, just dealing with the map, especially since you can just sneak around. You know, honestly, a great counter pick against carbons.
Yep, absolutely. If you're able to kind of like find them ahead of time, oh, that's unfortunate. Then if you can kind of zone them out with that sniper, find them, and then they're no longer a problem for a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. But what is going to be a problem is just Mimzox getting this Rainmaker moving. Not quite to be able to find anything. They get 3 picks, but, you know, the Rainmaker immediately got picked. You have to go for a repop. That gives a lot of time for these jumps to come back through. However, Mimzox do end up taking the lead. They have a vacuum at the ready for when this push ends up happening, and Miku's going to pop it immediately. The Zuka coming out, though, from an off angle is going to thread the needle all the way through with one of those 3 little projectiles that has beautifully. Great shot by Dismage, and now just forcing so many people away. This Rainmaker's getting picked up by Agua, and now with multiple players down and so much space made by this shot. And also, you found the carbon.
Oh my god, Geku's here, but not for long. Just like, it is very much, the Kraken is trying so hard to keep up with that, but just not able to make it work. And there we go, as Agua also are through that checkpoint here, making it incredibly easy for them to get that lead. But Mimzox is able to hold it, but not before they make more progress.
Yeah, it's just DZ left, though, on this gal. So yeah, progress, like you said, is going to be completely stopped here. Resetting to neutral, Mimzox going to need to paint up just to deal with 2B and DZ on those kind of shark-heavy weapons, and it's not looking great for them. The rain does get reset, but you have less space than what you started with.
Yes, indeed. Thankfully, a little bit of able to kind of guess where that carbon was going to be going, and that was directly at you. Able to stop that from getting infinitely worse. But the fight is still happening in mid, and Mimzox, they are losing it, which does give Agua a lot more space, and Keker's the only one in mid, trying to stall out as long as possible, but Carbon v Carbon, the Carbon with more paint control wins.
Yeah, all that paint control, it's working out so well for Agua right here. Able to kind of play a little bit slower, play their game. Got a lot of space for NB, and now for this Rainmaker, down past 20 points. That's a really big benchmark for a massive lead, and we see Agua just surpass it quite easily, might I add. And the jump out, too, just to get those respawns back. Excellent push. Mimzox do have some space here, though, and they have a Kraken and a Vac. So it's not entirely out of the question. They just have a tall ask, a tough one, just to try and take in with DZ jumping into that bottom left. This Kraken, even though it's going to find a lot of space, it might get picked off right quick by that Carbon, and does. But the Rainmaker's alone!
What? I truly do not understand how we got there, but they're continuing to kind of push up and try and get back Mimzox need to get to that Rainmaker, and they need to get to it soon, but it's being quite well defended on this right hand side here. At the moment, Mimzox cannot really touch it, and that's going to be a problem in the last 30 seconds of the game here.
Yeah, the Killer Whale also coming through, finds a lot of chip, helps with 2 picks for Agua. Agua are full control of this Rainmaker. They have in a very solid spot. Please tell me, okay. Ooh, Zuka.
Never mind.
That's big. I thought they had it like right where the rail ended, where you can jump off, and I'm like, that's not safe. But they moved it, and it's probably a little bit less safe now that it's dead. However, 2 players are down on the side of Mimzox. Make that a third as well. I believe it's just Gecko left, and Gecko drops to a delayed wipe to end things off, and Agua take the set. They book a ticket to, I believe, the semi. I can read to the quarterfinals.
Just needed to confirm that,
Yep.
Also, we should mention, we didn't mention this to begin with, but we should mention, now, seeding is not everything, but Agua is seeded 11th, and Mimzox seeded 6th.
That's wild.
So, that's a little bit of an upset there. But both of those teams showing why they're seeded pretty highly. And maybe
I'm low-key kind of surprised that Agua was seeded that low from, like, based on playing against them. They're very, very good players, and we saw it right there. Obviously, Mimzox is outstanding too, but Agua, that feels low.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned that it doesn't, like, the seeding can sometimes be a little bit not quite right. But important to note that as far as the seeding is concerned, this is an upset. So, yeah, but both of these teams, absolutely, Mimzox could have taken that. Now, I will say, definitely out of that second game, Agua had the painting power over Mimzox, and that's really what won them it. But in this one, it was the control they were able to kind of enact over the field while they had it and while they were pushing. It really meant they could get that 7 and kind of hold it.
Yeah, fantastic push, great hold there. Like you said, set up beautifully. But after this short break, we're going to be taking a look at Distinct versus Hey Ya on our next set, on our first quarterfinal set. Distinct coming off a massive upset. That's going to be a great one to watch. I want to see how they're playing so hot.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking forward to this. But see you guys shortly.
Welcome back to Paddling Pool 311. I'm Sig Takari, joining me is Zari, and now we have best of fives. We've also got Distinct, who came hot off a 2-0 win against Sanagi, and now they're playing against Hey Ya. Distinct is playing out of their noggins, bro. What? How? I'm honestly shocked.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that at all. I looked over and I was like, oh my god, Distinct, you're doing so well. And I was like, wait, hold on. You're seeded 13th. Who did you beat to get here? And I was like, oh my god.
Yeah,
all right.
This is Sanagi. This is a team that we have known to consistently top 4, top 3 these tourneys. Coming off of a hot win like that is gonna A, put some serious fire under your seat, B, give you insane amounts of momentum, and C, I'm not sure what Hey Ya's thinking, but they're thinking, oh god, what happened?
Yes, indeed. If they're following what has occurred earlier in the bracket, they're like, huh? What is Distinct up to? This is not what we were expecting. So
They're cooking.
I, for one, I'm very interested to see exactly what they're cooking. And I suppose we are going to get into it in just a moment here. The hype. I want to see what this is going to be like. Whew.
Please give it to me now. We are starting things off on Barnacle and Dime Zones. Definitely going to help out with. I think this is a really solid roller map. I know somebody on Distinct plays it. I think Tiger does. Anoma is playing the Carbon as well. And there's that stringer that we've come to know and love from Distinct.
Yes, indeed. They are a team that know what they want to do, and they're gonna do it. So very interested to see how this plays out for them. And well, what Hey Ya is gonna do about it. But also should mention the Julies on the side of Hey Ya, as people are dying left and right.
Yeah, the Doolies are a pretty interesting pick. We don't really see them super often anymore. I'm kind of surprised by it. Lido finds a great pick onto Rafa here. Going to move forwards. That's the zone after finding that pick onto Tiger. It's just Mooj. Mooj is going to need to back off. Great first hold from Distinct, but you're going to need a lot more than that to, really end this game. The Booyah Bomb coming out. The Tactical at the ready, but Afro finds a flank, gets a pick. That provides so much space for Distinct here. The hammer comes through from Rafa, recently buffed and finding frags for Distinct, and with everything getting popped, another successful cap for Distinct.
Yes, indeed. They're already back on that, and with one down. Oh, I was going to say one down on each side, but that is... Never mind. This is not what Distinct were setting up for there, and they continue to lose players one by one. They have to be careful as they are going in and approaching here, because they cannot split, or else this is going to be a hell of a push for Hey Ya.
A hell of a push. It is looking like already finding 2 picks. That's your backline of Mooj gone too. The Wiper looks like it's in a rough spot here, getting rushed down by 2. Also picked off by that Trizuka. Another one already up for Hey Ya. And just in such fantastic power positions, it's going to take a miracle for Distinct to come back from this. But the torp comes through, so there's the start of one. Anoma needs to go down here. Mooj gets the turnaround with Tiger right there, and the miracle has come through, it looks like.
They're able to get the zone and continue pushing and continue getting picks here. We also saw that Tacticaler was popped, but not everyone got to drink it. So that's very good to be able to push them out before everyone's able to get their quick respawns. But no one goes down to the Zuka there, which also another way that they're just trying to kind of hold off those specials, hold off the push, and it is working for them. But then 2 go down.
Yeah, 2 dropping there is really not ideal, and make that a 3rd with the Trizuka from Anoma. Rafa can't find anything with the... on the contrary, gets picked off by Baus, and so does Tiger on the rollout. It's just Afro left, and Afro's going to have to move here jumps out in time. It's just Mooj really for this defense trying to get set up. But we know what happened the last time. Got immediately picked off by a Trizooka. Thankfully, none of those at the ready just yet on deck. Afro does have one on the side of Distinct. Finds a pick. That's a really big one. Now here comes the Super Chumps. And while Mooj is getting rushed, the zone does end up flipping for Distinct here. Baus is on the back line, but with two members staring at them, it might be tough for them to find both. Gets one, though. This is where you need it. Isolates, finds that second. Tiger's there for the shutdown. And Distinct, they have a little bit of control, but it gets neutralized.
Yes, indeed, it does. Now, important to note that at least got some more points on the board, but they just need to be so incredibly careful as they're going in. That is 2 down on the side of Heya. This should be the moment they need, but they end up, I do believe, losing another player there. They are able to get the zone. Can they keep it long enough to actually be able to do much about it, though? That is the real question here, and we do see that there's a shield ready on the side of Distinct. It just kind of depends where they're going to place it.
Yeah, that big bubbler is going to be a big contributor here. The Trizooka has no angle. It can't find picks. The Afro does end up going down here, but so much stalling from that big bubbler. The Tiger drops. It's just Afro and Mooj left. The zone gets neutralized and flipped, though, with that 2-player disadvantage, and Tiger ends up down for a while. Mooj drops the Zuka from Afro just to counteract the Zuka from Heya's side, but not going to find anything just yet. Distinct close to getting that lead, but still just not finding anything.
Yes, indeed. And seeing as all of them ended up going down there, they are really in a struggling position here. They need to get to this zone, and they need to get to it quickly. There come the Chumps to kind of spread people out a little bit. The hammer to help Cap. There we go. They're able to get it, but they need to get some picks here. They get 2. Is it going to be enough, though?
Oh, you need to find a way to break that top mid, and now you don't have that many specials. Your Wiper player's down. Rafa's dead, and now you have another angle to worry about. Mooj needs to work overtime for the zone, but against 3 members, Heya just finds that cap immediately and ends overtime.
Yes, indeed. They're just able to outpaint them there. And that is unfortunate because Distinct were definitely gunning for them. But it just ended up being that they weren't able to kind of stay on the objective for long enough as compared to Heya.
Yeah, Heya's holds were something else here. They were able to get set up really far into the spawn of Distinct a couple of times. Now, granted, great signs early from Distinct there. You know, that first hold looked great. Mooj got a couple of picks just to open things up. This first retake as well, fantastic work. Rafa found one. The hammer gets tossed. The Chumps go through, so you can't really hold the contest. But it really all fell apart when that double from I believe, Baus got, came through from that Trizooka. And then Heya just were in the driver's seat the rest of the game here.
Yep. Yes, indeed. Even when they were pushed back, it just was never quite enough for Distinct to get like a solid hold, and they weren't able to do to Heya what Heya did to them, where they weren't able to push up as far, keep that much of a decisive kind of hold regardless of the pushes they were able to make. But that does mean going into game 2, Clan Blitz is a very different map mode type game, so it'll be interesting if maybe they find their footing a little bit more coming into game 2 here. But I don't know, Heya's pretty strong.
It could be tough. Those Zukas are going to have a field day as well, kind of controlling the higher ground on Museum. Going to be something that Distinct really have to take into consideration, but their comp also has a lot of tools. Mooj with the Tri-Stringer, the most range in the lobby by far in neutral, as well as the big bubbler just to hold a little bit more space from Tiger. I think those are going to be the big playmakers here in just giving Distinct a bit of a foothold, especially when they're trying to push for space.
Yes, and that is incredibly important to get good clan economies and to be able to kind of set up, right, even before you have the opportunity to make a push of your own. So going into this, I am intrigued to see if we see any changes.
Not from the side of Heya. Yeah, we're just going to be rocking the same thing again.
Yep.
Distinct with that Wiper shot to round out their comp, and then the double Zuka and the dualies. Again, let's highlight the dualies really quickly. Something that really hasn't seen as much use recently. Maybe that's just because of Splash being so prominent again. But really, really good at fighting. Like, we see it take so much space. It's being a nuisance. That was the Carbon, but dualies can really do the same thing and really abuse its mobility here. And it's working out beautifully. Luck has been holding this left side down for Heya here.
But Boys does end up going out. They are going down there. As Distinct kind of have to back up because of the crab pressure. But they are able to find a pick with the Zuka and kind of keep that pressure going from their side as well. Oh,
yeah, pressure stays up, but oh, such a close Zuka from Afro here. Not quite finding anything. Looks like Tiger and Amora trade. And that means 3 players down the side of Distinct here. It's just Mooj left to kind of hold strong, but Luck is coming through from that other side while Little is just holding on to top mid, getting the paint down, providing jumps. But Luck gets shut down. Mooj able to stand tall, give the space for Distinct that they need. And again, nobody has scored. Nobody's really found the back-breaking pick here.
Yes, indeed. We can see that Afro is actually still in that, was in mid throughout that, by the way. Is still in mid, in fact. To kind of like split their attention. I am so surprised that he continued to be. Like, every time we looked over, he was still alive as everyone turned to look at him. And that split attention definitely helped them massively to be able to keep what they had going there. But is this going to be the opportunity that Distinct needs to make a push of their own? They've been able to get some picks here, but they just need maybe just that a little bit more.
Survey says maybe, but Anoma, again, just big picks from the rollers here on the defense. Really making use of that high ground that they have. Just trying to take advantage. Getting the drop on opponents is so big. And now just extending off of that with a Trizuka. Finds another pick. Bows with another. And that's, I believe, 2 players down for the cost of 1 for Heya here. And with the cooler coming up, that extra mobility, that QR is going to give them so much pressure going into things. But Lidl misses the clam toss.
Oh, you my goodness. That is the opposite of what they needed there. They do not have the clam economy to do anything else. So they're just going to have to try and hold it. And they have that crab up there having pressure. They're able to get a power clam together in the mid and hold this upper plat area. But they're kind of struggling a little bit and finally decide that they're not quite ready for it yet.
Yeah, they gave Distinct just that little ounce of time to really get themselves set up, put Tiger in a really good spot, allow Tiger to play contact, and then the rest of the players swing off of it. And the big bubbler set up too. And the hammer comes through from Rafa, just forces so many players off the plat. Doesn't get any picks, but Tiger does. There's a trade. And with the positional, advantage for Distinct here, the respawns are going to come back faster. However, 2 players do end up going down. And finally, I think Heya can break the stalemate. Unless Rafa has something to say, there's 1 pick, but gets traded out by Luck, the crab tank, coming through to hold just a little bit more. Bows can't score any more power claims, though. And Heya, they may have broken the stalemate at a minute and a half left. But now they've just gifted Distinct a power clam. And with so many players down, this could look pretty difficult. But they have a lot of paint set up here.
Yes, they do. And we're seeing here that Heya are still intent on keeping this kind of paint advantage going if they can. Able to throw that power clam forward and get the tactic cooler up and ready. But the question... Oh! They don't pick up the power clam!
No, they don't pick it up, and they don't even get picks. There was 2 people in that big bubbler, and Heya found none of them. Actually, quite the contrary. Afro found 2 with the Trizuka, and now Rafa's already moving forward with the hammer. Rafa's playing on this ledge, just trying to play it around the space, and the player diving can't find anything just yet. The shot, though, coming through. Baus gets 1 with the Trizuka, not quite anymore, and Afro, not Rafa, Rafa's on the wiper. Afro's able to hold a lot of space here and has a power clam at the ready.
Indeed. Has the Zuka to try and get some picks with it. Both of these players just trying to get Zuka picks. They have 2 power clams at the ready. All they need is a power clam and a single clam to break this lead. But are they going to get the opportunity? Oh!
No, not with that Zuka. Anoma, again, with some clutch Zuka shots. These have been on point for Hey-Ya here. Just nothing stopping their Zuka shots. Constantly firing away. Not even the nerfs can stop them. And they're going to shut down overtime because of that. And go up, put themselves up in a comfortable 2-0 hold.
Yes, indeed. Very, very comfortable going into this third game. But unfortunate for Distinct there. They had moments. They had very good defensive moments, especially. But they just weren't able to get a push of their own in the end, which ended up with that kind of mad dash at the end that just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, one of the pros of getting a lead, even as small as it was, so late in that game, it means you have a lot of map control for sure. You don't have to hold on for very long either. You know, like they had maybe a minute where they just had to hold mid, prevent everybody from Distinct from getting onto their plat. Really excellent play of the clock there by Hey-Ya. Even though it took him a little bit of time just to get going here.
Yes, indeed. But does mean going into this third game on Rainmaker Undertow Spillway that they have to win one more. They've got one more. They're at match point. Distinct have a long way to climb if they're to bring this back. But it's still very much all to play for. But the first step to this is Distinct needs to win this game.
Yeah, you just got to find one. It starts with one, take it one match at a time. And this is one I've definitely seen them pop off on before. It is Rainmaker Undertow Spillway. We know what a high object damage comp can do here, especially with Mooj on that tri-stringer. That'll be tough for Hey-Ya to contest on the pump.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be. But we have to see how this goes. And I'd imagine we'll see a lot of these teams pushing that kind of like left side up and round. We might see a little bit of people diving for the ramp, but I find that kind of unlikely. You never know. These teams might prove me wrong, but there's going to be a lot of fights in that kind of. It's weird to say like the left-hand side of the map because it's not for both sides, but you know what I mean.
I get where you're getting at, like, you know, when it's relevant, it's on the left side of the map because we're always winning, you know?
Exactly. But already not really any changes other than the Emperies. I do believe that's kind of the change, the main one at least, on the side of Hey-Ya. But
ooh, wait, there's a vanilla tri-stringer too.
Oh yeah, that's so true. I missed that. To be fair, chumps aren't that useful in this, so it makes sense.
Definitely works out. Whale and Mist definitely work better for Rainmaker. And it's going to work out pretty well for Distinct so far, finding that first little bit of a push, just down to 93 for now, but a lot of space at the ready. Tiger also gets two with the roller, just rolling over Anoma as splatting leader, getting that trade as well. But Hey-Ya still have so much control. Luck is moving forwards, finds Mooj. Mooj not able to back up in time, and now Hey-Ya's really turned this on its head. Has a lot of paint around that Rainmaker pedestal, so if they grab it and make a mad dash, it's entirely possible that Hey-Ya can break a check early here.
Yep, yes indeed. They've got a path to get there. And already... Oh! Okay, I was not expecting that. I forget that they've changed that hammer. Sometimes you just you remember what it was like, OG Splatoon 3, and you're like, oh, that's not the hammer we're working with anymore.
Yeah. The most shocking buff to come out of Splatoon for sure. I've never been more aware of how good Hammer can be now. We've seen it a lot more. The Baus is on a right flank, but Afro's there to kind of prevent things from getting too out of control. Hey-Ya did end up taking that lead, but the Rainmaker goes down nonetheless, and this is really not a lead that you want to have. You don't want it by 2 points at 90s, really.
I was going to say, lead even when it was at, what, 93?
There's an asterisk there.
Lead is not really a word I'd use to describe this. I will say Luck is spending a lot of time this game just rushing down Mooj. If Mooj is ever not on the kind of upper area, Luck seems to be making it their mission to be a problem for Mooj. So just important to note what I've noticed so far. But that's a lead. That's a better lead.
Much. And you jump out as well, so you don't have an extended respawn time. Great breaking the checkpoint. We're about halfway through the game now. Distinct are on the back foot, but they already have 3 players in mid. The Rainmaker's coming to meet them. And the Zuka. Oh, that gets 2 massive ones. Hold on. This could be everything right here. Mooj still running that Rainmaker, 3 players forwards. This is incredible. This is looking great because now you can get a really fast pop here, and even just try and get it. But Baus on the flank finds one, looking for that drop on the Tiger, and Noma finds another as well. So really, nothing's getting nothing's getting scored past the broken checkpoint. And hey, y'all maintain control of this lead.
Yes, they do. They're able to get a pick on Afro there and kind of slow down Distinct's re-entry a lot, giving themselves a lot more room to continue to slowly push up. That's an unfortunate hammer. Afro trying to find a pick, but there's 3 people there and they're still pushing. But there we go. They're able to take down that Rainmaker. Finally, and that is 2 down on the side of Hayad. They are backing up.
Oh yeah, now they are. Took a second. They had a couple of sharks going, but you're really not scoring anything more than that. Down to 44. Still a solid lead. You have a minute. You got 2 Trizukas. 2 Trizukas and a splashdown to really shut things down. But a Noma ends up dropping here. And Baus does too. You have 2 players and a splashdown to kind of shut things down. Not quite the most idealist thing, especially when Tiger pops that big bubbler and Lido can't really contest directly. However, the splashdown comes through, breaks it. Everybody is dying on here except the Rainmaker until finally, I think Baus found it with a couple of extra picks. Now Roth is trying to contest Little, and with these melee slashes, able to just enough to get that pop. Now the hammer comes through. What are we looking for? Nothing yet as Little shreds it, resets the rain, and hey, yeah, only need to hold on for like 15 more.
Yep. That is a very unfortunate place to be in. If you're Distinct, you know you need to figure this out, and now they're able to get the first pick there. Second pick as well, but the Anoma is trying to find it. Doesn't. There's still the edit. Are they able to wipe out? Oh!
There's no way.
Distinct. What the frick is this?
Nah.
It's not even like
this.
Like, it's not even the last second of a last second of a last second. That was like, what do you mean Distinct? You just woke up, dude. Oh my god.
That is one of the beautiful things about Rainmaker. No lead is safe. You just need a couple of opportune picks, and Distinct certainly got him there.
Yes.
Just excellent work. Really able to capitalize as well. I thought for sure that as soon as, Lido was right in range and everything, that Mooj would get shredded.
Lidl was looking at them. Lidl was like, and you die now. And then what actually happened is Lidl was the one that died now. But yeah, it's like, it just looked like everything was gonna go wrong for Distinct at this end moment. Because Lidl, yet again, right there. right there, but not able to get the pick that they needed just at the right, well, I suppose the wrong time for Lidl, but the right time for Distinct.
Yeah, Afro put themselves in a great position, really taking the head of the spear and just, shutting down Lidl before getting onto the Rainmaker. Excellent work for Distinct. That keeps them alive now. The question is, can they find 2 more? One map at a time. We're on tower control Hagglefish.
Absolutely.
Can they pull off the same thing again?
Hopefully earlier in the game for their own for their own sanity. Hopefully not in the last second of the last second, but like they could definitely win games. That's the only way they got here. So okay, Distinct, it's up to you. Do it again.
All right. And we see a V-Blast, or a custom blast switch on the side of Heya. Baus on a blaster instead of shot. Bit less paint, but the V-Dualies are there again. And you definitely can make use of that AoE. It is tower control after all.
Yes,
So,
and because tower control, it does make sense why Anuma, like, it's not become like a base roller versus base roller as opposed to a carbon.
Yeah.
Right? That does make a lot of sense for them both to have that's just rollers dying together.
Of course, only the most standard roller gameplay of just finding each other, trading out instantly. But it's gonna benefit. This extended fight's gonna benefit Heya at least. The cooler coming up, able to kind of get that push going. The splashdown, not finding anything just yet, and again the rollers are trading in the bubble.
That's where they live. That's how rollers work. Indeed.
Yep.
The bubble is supposed to be a safe space, but actually it's just a roller space. So it doesn't matter which side you're on, it's just the roller space. And if there's two rollers in it, they both die. It's just how it works.
Yep. A
like
roller will never not get a pick inside a big bubbler.
Yeah. No, they might be the one that gets picked upon, but it'll be by another roller.
Exactly. Now, Baus here on the bottom right does have to deal with a couple of players. Finds Afro, though. With this being close to Splashdown, could definitely find an opportunity. However, Anoma's there to trade out Tiger. This big bubbler is looking more like an octagon. At this point, how many fights are going on inside of him?
Absolutely. That's what it's just like a come fight me here. That's exactly what it's for. But that is 2 down on the side of Heya. 3 down, in fact. Only their backline alive. And there we go. There's that wipeout. Can I just say, after that last game, we're seeing it again. Because they start really, really close, getting not even leads. And then now Heya was able to get that kind of first longer push. So intrigued to see if we continue to see parallels to the last game, or if we see something a little bit different like this. Ooh, Distinct. Getting through that checkpoint.
I like that. I like what we're seeing so far from Distinct. If Tiger riding the tower, able to switch off at a moment's notice, but ends up going down here along with Afro. Rafa's not long for this world, and neither is Mooj. Actually, Rafa's the only one that stays up, but is getting pinched from behind by Luck. And, fighting 3, that's not the easiest fight in the world.
No, especially not for a wiper. You can only be shooting at one person at a time. It is truly not ideal. But we can see here that Heya are just going to use their specials to kind of stall out the approach of Distinct little by little here. But that being said, the blaster does go down.
Finally, some normal big bubblers. Yeah, the blaster goes down, ends up jumping back in, finds some picks, and now is the last member left standing. Gonna have to fight Rafa. Finds that one. Can you look for more? No. Mooj is right there, also getting that jump, but it is Luck. So Luck's able to roll right here. Now supported by Anoma, and we've kind of reset to neutral with Heya now on a little bit of a back foot instead.
Yes, indeed. We're getting close to the last minute, but not quite yet. Heya will definitely want to make a move sooner rather than later. And we're 2 down. I was going to say we're 2 down on the side of Distinct, but that is a delayed 2 down on the side of Heya as well. But Mooj goes down. This should be the moment when Heya are trying to start a push. They maybe don't have everyone there and ready, but they've got the specials. They're getting the people back into position. And it looks like they are going to be able to get to that checkpoint again. Can they get through it, though?
Yeah, the million-dollar question really here. 40 seconds to do so. Mooj is just hammering away with shots. Lidl is pretty low now, but with 2 players on top of that tower, It's not going to move any faster, but you have a lot of space to work with. But that means bombs are twice as deadly, and that's Afro finding 2. It's just Tiger left. Tiger goes down to a Noma. That's the second checkpoint, but now they're only 1 point separating them, and with the delayed wipeout, everybody's back up. Hey, y'all take the lead here in the last 20 seconds, and they've moved already past checkpoint 2. Afro needs to find Lido right here, right now. It's not going to happen, and hey, y'all, they may have just booked their ticket to semifinals.
They may very well have done. Now, there is one last possibility for Distinct. We've seen them do it before. Can they do it again?
Baus, though.
Baus is waiting.
No! There's a second. Hold on, can you find a third? No, not quite.
No.
But nobody's on the tower. Rafa has to get back up.
Oh my god.
Jumps to it. Rafa's the last one left and can't answer Tiger.
Oh my god.
Can't find anything. Just gets the trade with 2 other members of Hey Ya there. Oh, heart-stopping finish. But Hey Ya take the set 3-1. They move on to the semifinals, where I believe they play the winner of Kandan versus Locked In Tiger.
Oh my gosh. Okay. That is going to be very interesting, especially since C8 has taken a game against Kandan. So they aren't. And so is Circuit Freaks, actually. Make that 2! Oh, they're pushing to a game 5. That's going to be very interesting to see who makes it out of that. But yeah, that final game, Distinct led that game for half of it. But just when there were just that moment when they could not get rid of the roller on the tower, just cemented it. And because, yet again, hey, getting that incredibly important push right at the end did not give Distinct the time to really mount a kind of response, an attack, let's say, afterwards. They didn't have the time to kind of prepare for it. They just had to chuck themselves at it, and that does not always work as shown. So unfortunate for Distinct, but they played very, very well.
Yeah, really great stuff. At least three of those games were very, very close, and the fourth one looked great until Hey Ya basically got inside of the spawn of Distinct. So they can hang their heads high when they drop down to the lower bracket here. But after this short break, we will be back with another banger. It's El Diablo versus $20.
Who's gonna win? Find out after the break.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Battling Pool 311. We have your winner's semifinals set. It's El Diablo versus $20. We got another best of 5. But when I was always told never make a deal with the devil, I didn't expect this to be like, on the table. I'm
In Splatoon.
I don't think this is what they meant. Like in Splatoon, in a tourney, in semis.
Yeah, I don't really think that's what that phrase was kind of targeting. You never know. Like, you never know.
Really?
Scholars have been debating for millennia if it was Splatoon related. But maybe this is the actual response. This is the truth. Also, can I just say, when was the last time you saw a sturgeon be picked? I forgot that was even in the freaking game. What the hell? That's a freaking... Okay. That's going to be interesting.
It. I like sturgeon. Hot take.
You're a sniper. Dude, you're a sniper.
Okay, and I enjoy playing bucket. I'll play whatever. I found it very fun just because of the walls and mobility. But anyways, we're kicking things off on Rainmaker, on Undertow Spillway, El Diablo, the French pickup. Mickey's on Mini.
Yep. We are having some interesting picks, including default Dreadrigger, which that was not in my bingo card of the expectations of this map, but our match even. But here we are. Oh my god, just pushing someone into that corner. Anyway, $20 making the first push here. Are they going to be able to make a checkpoint? No. Are they going to give it another go? Maybe. No.
I don't think they'll be able to unless Adapt stays alive here, and Adapt ends up going down to Mickey and Yeti here, and that's gonna force Vale to jump out here. Now with a Kraken ready for the contest and maybe for the push. This is El Diablo's real first chance of getting things going, and there's the first pick from Devin onto Mello. Vale does end up finding some trades, and the Rainmaker's already getting rushed. Vale just kind of let it run past. The Stamper isn't really getting anything but making a lot of space, but Storm's able to shut it down. The push gets nothing, really, the lead, but now Rainmaker's in a kind of a tough spot to grab.
Yes, indeed. It's just kind of sitting there for the moment. And El Diablo kind of trying to tidy up. There we go. And get to a point where they can get to it again. And there it is. Devin's able to pick it up. Able to get that. Able to grab that. Become a Kraken. I just don't think this is where you want to be as a sniper. But fair enough. Especially whenever... That was so like... Oh, unfortunate to be like, okay, I can pop this. And then there's just a freaking hammer. And there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, a little bit of a dilemma there, but Rainmaker does stay for quite a little bit longer. El Diablo did end up getting the lead there in the first checkpoint. Storm ends up getting silver there on the Stamper. Now Yeti's making another run for it. Storm's not able to rotate to contest, but the rest of the team is. Vale's already in position. Mello looking for something along with Adapt here, and with Silver Zip coming through, Yeti's gonna try and make a dash for it, but Storm is already in position, able to shut down, but ends up trading out. Rainmaker's a fantastic weapon, but so is Reef Slider. Two of them coming through for $20. Only one of them finding the pick, but it is enough to shut down El Diablo's push here.
It's so funny whenever you say for $20 because it just makes it sound like you're paying for it. It's like, yeah, we can. That's the deal. You can have two Reef Sliders, but it'll cost you $20. But anyway, continue to keep this fight in neutral as these two teams try and get the upper hand here. $20 is kind of pushed up that little bit more, but once they pick up that Rainmaker, they need to be ready to move, and that is not going to happen with two players going down on the side of $20. Is this the turnaround that El Diablo need?
Wait, Devin, that's such a big pick as well. Threading the needle to find Adapt there. Very strong one. That's going to slow down $20 a lot. And Storm's going to try and find something, but doesn't quite. Yeti's in a great position, though. to kind of just sit here, be annoying, and cause a lot of issues. Mickey finds a hammer pick, Storm trades out, and Adapt is on this bottom left causing issues, finds Yeti. Devin's kind of out of position here, going to have to pop Kraken just to try and shut down this Rainmaker, and the Rainmaker ends up going down here. Devin in a great spot. This Kraken lasts for a while. This guy has to be running a lot of special power, by the way.
I would believe that. Oh my god.
Oh my days.
That is holding that.
Ice cold.
Indeed.
Oh, the second one through.
Oh my goodness. But that does mean after that Rainmaker pop there, they are able to get to 60, but not quite, or 61 even, but obviously not quite enough to get leads. And with the last 20 seconds on the board here, if El Diablo can keep this Rainmaker alive, the game is just immediately theirs.
Yeah, and 15 seconds to do so. $20 have to move right now. They find one pick, but Adapt is kind of in a bit of a rough spot. The hammer toss comes through, doesn't find anything. Storm is the furthest forward member here, and Vale is trying to rush the rain, but Devin's just running it all the way back. And El Diablo hold on by the skin of their teeth for game one.
Oh my god. It was like, that game was like the checkpoint was the goal, not the actual goal. That is... they both got checkpoint, but that was it. Beyond that, those two teams were like, okay, I don't think we're gonna get that far. Oh my god!
You only have enough gas in the tank for the checkpoint, and sometimes that's all you need.
Indeed, in this economy, $20 doesn't get you that far.
Exactly. Gas is so expensive nowadays. It's kind of ridiculous, you know?
Truly.
You can only really get it for your 2 reef sliders. And then even then that can be a bit of a struggle. So like whatever's left on reserves, you're running on fumes on this Rainmaker sometimes.
Oh, especially if there's a sniper there to take out your reef sliders as soon as they end. But yeah, that is a hell of an end to the first game of the set. Both like 1 point, and the only reason that El Diablo took that is because they got that checkpoint first. That is the only reason.
Yeah.
So yeah, that shows how close these two teams are.
For sure. We're gonna be switching back over to some Barnacle and Dime zones. Devin's gonna have a much better time on the leader. The paint though, coming from $20, you have the heavy edit, you have double reef slider, and then a Dreadringer to round it out for the amount of paint, and a Fizzy Bomb from Adapt. I completely forgot about that. A ton of paint on the side of $20. They definitely kind of win the war of attrition in that sense. It's just a question of can they shut down a lot of these big playmaking specials or weapons in time to have that, or like while having that paint be usable on top of zone, you know?
Yes, because paint is incredibly important for splat zones, but if you are too far from the zone, then you can't paint it anyway. So it is very much a balance here of making sure that you can get those picks when you need them, but also keeping that paint up. So yeah, interesting to see how this goes, especially because of those the reef sliders that they've got going on. So interesting indeed.
Yeah, we're switching over to Vanilla Leader. Just a little bit, more area control, area denial with the stamps and Wavebreaker. Really good on zones, if I'm being honest here. Definitely the best mode for it. Vale just trying to put as much pressure as possible, forcing Mickey to run back. Yeti ends up going down here inside of the zone. And now we're running into a couple of issues for El Diablo. They get that early zone cap, but so many picks going in favor of $20. And now Adapt is just camping this jump, getting rushed down by Hammer. Stays alive for a couple swings, but not much more than that. El Diablo find the pick. They get a little bit more. Storm has to jump out here, doesn't quite do so successfully, and Vale's here to delay enough for Mello and Adapt to get things going again. The lead swaps, but Mello stays alive to contest the zone even longer. Great plays here, and $20 get control back of that zone.
Yes, they do. This, I do believe, is the one issue with the E-Leader, in that it's not gonna cap that zone. You definitely need more people with you for that, and that definitely did happen there.
Yep.
But you just have to be so aware. Oh my goodness.
$20
aren't going to see that zone for quite a bit longer, which is unfortunate seeing as El Diablo are already below 50 points here. So this is really going to do a struggle point there for them. They need to find their way in, and soon.
The struggle is real. Mello gets the Reef Slider into zone. The second one comes through, gets the cap, but both of them are gone. And with Adapt respawning, being the last one left, Mickey finds him with the hammer. And now you have a hammer toss. Vale goes down with a jump in. Can you survive the hammer toss? Yes, you can. You put the penalty on El Diablo. You've given yourself another chance here for a retake, possibly. But the question is, where is it going to come from? Is it going to be the hammer? It's not going to be the cooler. There's two clicks for Adapt here. Vale and Mello are already moving forwards, but Mickey's there to find one. Vale's trying to get Yeti, but Mickey's able to kind of help out play that 2v1 for El Diablo, and now they've gone through the penalty. $20 has to rush, and it really just doesn't look like it's going to work out for them here.
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing a moment here where they get in time. There just isn't the space. They just don't have anything to really approach. And yeah, that can sometimes happen.
Yeah, it can be difficult retaking if you have double Reef Slider and Hammer. Hammer's great, don't get me wrong. It's become fantastic now. But at the same time, it's like Trizuka, where do you want to always rely on it to get back in? No, probably not. It's much more reliable, but you only have one shot.
Yeah, exactly. It's just an unfortunate kind of way it can be sometimes, where you're just kind of like, this I could use to do this exactly. But a lot of times, even whenever you get like the switch over there, like they did with those two specials, you've just used both of them and ended up going down for it. Like, you've given yourselves more time, but you then do not have those specials. So approaching for a second time is going to be that bit harder, especially when you don't have your team with you. So unfortunate for $20. We are going to be moving on to, what is this? I said this earlier, and I'm just like,
this match, let's go!
Sturgeon? I have not seen this on like paddling pool in general in forever.
It's been a while. It's come back a little bit with the land throwdowns. I think it's in the map pool there. But yeah, it has been in the rotation since, when was the last time we had a tower control map pool change that wasn't ship shape? Because it was out before ship shape was in.
Yeah, I don't even know, actually. That's a good question. But important to also know that $20 picked this. So this is the response. Hopefully.
John Reef Slider. And Adapt will probably have a great time on this map. Able to kind of get into these great spots for blasters, play around the grates and snipes that will definitely make life difficult for Devin, for even Mickey, if Mickey's playing a little bit safer, possibly on the retake. Definitely opportunities here for $20 to just find something. Very curious to see what their response is going to be.
Yes, indeed. Their response is to continue.
Their response is dropping the second Reef Slider. We have a light toucher.
Yes, that's so true. That is so true. Interesting. I hope this goes well for them. Already one down on either side there. So that Stabber just went in. And we can also see, sadly, the Tetra's not able to get the pick there. The edit.
Oh wait.
Oh, good response time on that, because that was a surprise moment.
Beautiful flick from Storm there. Fantastic work. Vale also finds a pick to extend it, but Storm ends up going down here. Devin's still pretty safe, but Adapt is making life tough, playing around Vale as well. The Zipcaster comes on through. The Kraken's there to answer, and that forces everybody off tower. It also gives Devin a few more seconds of safety, and Vale is just trying to create space for a tower that just got there.
Oh gosh. We can see Yeti coming in, trying to kind of disrupt. Not able to quite get close enough to do that yet, but the Stamper ends up going down as well, and the tower's resetting. Even though El Diablo are still definitely, they have less people alive. I said that as soon as Dreadful died, but they did. They still had that kind of opportunity to keep pushing, but that, I would say, has kind of ended. They're continuing the push, but they do not have like the man advantage at the moment, even with people coming back in. Ooh, Veil. Oh god. Backing out.
Veil got one though. That's Silver down. But now El Diablo have control of the tower. They're moving forwards. They don't have any forwards presence, so Adapt can get into a pretty tough spot. But Veil zips into 2. Is going to be really tough. Puts them on the disadvantage on the back foot here a little. Adapt is doing their best to make space, but with Storm also down, Adapt is going to have to face off against 4. And that's just not a really one fight.
No, that was not going to go well at all. Dreadful trying to take this 1v1 against the Stamper does not go to plan. Yeti trying to hold just this tower, keep it going, but realizes the amount of people that are about to pretty much collapse on tower and decides, nah.
Yeah,
26 is pretty good.
Not quite safe.
No, especially not for an NSAP. Oh gosh.
Yeah, a little bit tough to fight that one there, but we see the Zips dueling it out. Veil's going to come out on top. However, El Diablo still have a little bit of control of this map, but Yeti's the only one left standing. Mickey tries to find an off angle on the Greats, but gets picked off for it. I'm all turned around now. Is Silver coming from spawn or coming from $20 spawn?
Unclear. So much of this map is just covered. The only way we find this out is how the tower moves. So yes, $20 finally getting another push going. It's been a little bit since they've been able to get here, but they're through that checkpoint. They do have quite a bit to go. Adapt not able to stay alive there. Dreadful just kind of going on a little fun adventure. It does not go to plan. But the tower continues to go. They're definitely making progress. They need to get to that checkpoint and they need to hold it through half of it, which they are making progress on. Very much so.
And there's the lead swap. They've also broken through that second checkpoint. That's really the point where this can break. And $20 is so close to a KO. They can sniff it in the water, and they've got it.
And they did, in fact, sniff it a lot. I didn't know how to say that. But can I just say, Sturgeon, I was like, oh, that is an interesting pick. And then they just kind of had to be like, okay, we need to settle into this a little bit. And then they just KO'd. At the start of that push, they were sitting, they hadn't even broken that first checkpoint.
Yeah. They got a lot of points taken out pretty quick. Great space creation by like that trio of Mellow, Adapt, and Veil. Excellent work, just playing around a lot of that, a lot of those ledges. You know, Dread isn't, it's older cousin Bucket, but it is still fantastic at, playing verticality. Luna Blaster, very known for the blast radius, able to play around any kind of cover. Fantastic. Adapt really pushed the limits, and then Veil just made so much space for the two of them as well. Excellent work, but now we need to see them really focus on their economy on Clan Blitz.
And $20, that's not that many clams, but maybe they know how to get. Maybe they know how to get their clams. Maybe they can sidestep all this economy-related stuff and just be like, oh, we got it on the black market. Don't worry about it. $20 goes a long way. Anyway, so it'll be interesting to see if that's how it goes for $20. We did not mention this going into the last match, but yeah, $20 can't drop a match now.
No,
they want to get through to the finals, and this is to the finals. Yeah, they've got a hell of a couple games to go through, and El Diablo, they're, that last game wasn't really what they wanted, but they've still got 2 more chances. They can definitely figure out something. Also, finally, this map, both of them picked it. So, and this is a very standard one, so it makes sense. But just still, Let that be known.
We like this map. This is one of the maps that's really stuck around. You know, it hasn't fallen out of the rotation once yet, and very, very standard. Adapt switching to Custom Blaster. So are they just like changing weapons, like one weapon per game they need to win or per game they won? Like, well, I like the idea here. It definitely has a lot more range. You can play neutral a lot more easily, but like, oh, that hammer teleported a little bit.
Yeah, that wasn't the movement that we're used to. So interesting. Hopefully that is all we see to do with that. But the does end up going down, though. $20 loses 2 players, 3 players. I think $20 kind of got to back up quite a bit, and they're already. Are they gonna? They're not gonna make it. It's like that was a hell of a Hail Mary. Hope my teammates are there. Moment, but fair enough. Yeah, that is very different from the Clan Blitz games we've been seeing in the rest of today.
Already points on the board here. It's not something we can say for a lot of the games today, and it looks like we're looking to make some more. Adapt, though, finds 2 on that defense. It's just Silver and Devin left. Storm and Vale are respawning, so they're going to have a little bit less space to work with, but able to hold the plat, hopefully for a little bit more time. Vale dives onto Mickey, not quite finding that pick, getting traded out by Devin. Devin holding up the back a little bit, knowing that there was the zip caster coming through, but now 3 players are down on the side of $20, and we've already have a second basket break from El Diablo.
Yes, indeed. And hello, Devin. Devin is back here to cause a bit of chaos and then back out a little bit and snipe you from cover. Oh, gosh. They got a little bit more in there. 61 is pretty decent. It would have been, if they had have got one more clam in, then they wouldn't have been able to be double, par clammed in response, right? A double par clam will get the lead on the side of $20. They don't have that, but they don't have anything really other than that. Well, no, they didn't have anything other than that par clam, but they are able to find a little bit more. Can the edit get that in? No. Oh dear. Oh, this isn't close enough. It's not close enough. That is unfortunate because I think that was the pity. But good attempt. They did get close.
Yeah, that was quite close, you know. Unfortunately, had to back out a little bit early. Was Vale, but now we have 2 power clams coming through on the side of El Diablo. There's one, gets the toss in. Yeti's going to try and keep it open for Mickey to have ample time to get that power clam in. Now with Devin having the Kraken, finds one, looking for that second one, but it runs out of time. And they have another power clam. That's the pity. They only need one more. Silver's got it. Wait, this could be KO'able. Wait a minute. Oh, not quite. $20 able to shut it down, but Devin's able to find an exit frag before anybody can hop back into mid.
Yep. Devin's able to weaken their approach back towards mid before they can even get off the plat. And continue, the fight continues. This neutral has a very different meaning now, because that is a hell of a lead. Yeah, $20. They've got a minute and a half to figure out how to get to 2. Or lower, of course. Knockout would be good, but
that's a rough start. Mickey with that hammer toss is definitely gonna cause some issues, and now Vale ends up going down too. What? Okay, moonwalking a little bit. You know what? If you're feeling whimsical, I'm with it, Mickey, I guess. The power clam is thrown down. Devin has another Kraken, forces 2 players up onto that top right, but I think the main goal here is just getting on top of Storm, trying to force them back. Silver has clams here, but is it enough to KO? Maybe if Mickey goes in, you just need 2 more. And that grate is open for business. El Diablo complete that 3-1. They complete the KO, and they're going to be moving on to our winners finals.
Yes, indeed they are. Oh my goodness. It looked like it was going to be so even at the beginning of that game. But no, no. As soon as El Diablo kind of like settled in, they got it going, and they did not let up. Tony Yeller tried to have some kind of response to it, but it was not enough. And just as soon as El Diablo got into position on that plat, the second half of the game, they got a push.
Yeah, didn't really let $20 get much. At most they got, down to 65 points, which is an okay push, like it gets it gets your foot in the door. But when the entire other team is slamming the door on your foot, it's not quite working out,
No, it really isn't. It's hard to find the time to get a good push of your own whenever all of this is happening. Yeah, that unfortunate for $20. They played well though, but just El Diablo kept that pressure up, and we're not letting it down. So very well played for them, and that does mean they are going to go against whoever wins between Camden and Heya, which Camden almost lost the set beforehand, so they are not.
This is not an easy bracket.
Yeah, no, it's not at all. So will be interesting to see who wins out there, because they are currently at 1-1. But with that in mind, I do believe that is going to be the end of our set. So before we kind of like head off and hand over, Stokery, where can the good people find you?
You can find me at Blue Sky, at Twitch, Discord, Twitter, wherever, at Signicar, like you see at the bottom of your screen. I'll basically be anywhere where the Splatoon community is. Now, Zari, where can the people find you?
Well, they can find me on Twitter at SPLZarny, on Blue Sky at Zarny, as you can see on the screen, and then on Twitch at Zarny as well, where we play lots of fun games, including Splatoon. So it has been a hell of a good day for commentating. Thank you so much for joining me on this. So much fun to commentate with you, Sitakari.
It's been a fantastic time as well. I appreciate it. Thanks for casting. But we're gonna hand it off to two other fantastic co-casters. We've got Rocket and Inquiry after this short break.
Spoke too soon, apparently. We're not flipping the zone. Come on, guys, we're not flipping the zone. Formation a bit more control. That Hydra just bowling and hello.
Give more players power clams. That's exactly what's happening. So they got them all in. Oh my goodness.
Do you want to get started in competitive Splatoon but don't know how to? The Stronghold offers a free beginners academy service for new players wanting to play Splatoon competitively. We want to make it as easy as possible for new players to join competitive. We'll create teams out of applicants and train you through a season providing scrims, practices, and coaching. At the end of the season, teams that graduate will play in their first community tournament. Graduating teams will be given a free logo and invited to play in the invite-only Academy Showcase event, where they get to play on stream and show off the skills they've learned in the Academy. So what are you waiting for? Apply for the Academy today using the link on screen.
We've had plenty of great Splatoon locals that took place in 2024, spanning all across the United States. Champions have been crowned from coast to coast, the Great Lakes, and the South. These winners, however, never had an opportunity to face each other. What if in 2025, we took this to the next level? Introducing the Splatoon LAN Championship Showdown, a tournament where the winners of our favorite locals can face off in an online 8-team double elimination tournament. The best part is, you have an opportunity to play. In the early months of 2025, 8 locals will act as qualifiers for the LAN Championship Showdown, including Big Dapple in New York City, New York.
The game!
Bouillabaisse in San Jose, California. Chai Shoals in Chicago, Illinois.
Pretty hard though. Yeah, like that.
Gatorland in Gainesville, Florida.
It's just, oh, it's a wipeout, and that might be 8 points.
H-Town Splashdown in Houston, Texas. New England in Boston, Massachusetts.
Oh, they fell off the... Oh my god!
Sea Battle in Seattle, Washington.
It's a wipeout!
Sunset Surge in Arizona. Win at one of these locals, you get an automatic bid to participate in the LAN Championship Showdown in April 2025, streamed on Splatoon Tourney. Be on the lookout for advertisements from the local closest to you regarding their qualifier. Who will come out on top?
Good evening, Splatooners and Houstonians and all those watching.
Welcome back to H-Town Splashdown here in downtown Houston, Texas.
Yeah, we've got a lot of travelers from San Antonio, Austin, and Dallas coming here to Houston for this local Splatoon event. And we are here today with a lovely collegiate bracket with 6 different teams from those 4 colleges here to compete in 3 rounds. We have UT Dallas, UT Austin, as well as 2 Texas A&M teams, and then we got 2 home U of H teams.
Who won?
UT.
UT? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
As they break the final checkpoint, it's just the ballpoint. They are rushing the tower.
On the
What
map,
about
you're
enough?
gonna need to get kills.
I'm not sure.
You're gonna have to fight through the trenches if you want to get all the way back.
Never that will jump it. It doesn't matter. They're gonna
Oh my god!
Uh-oh, you better watch for that reef slider.
That's a triple. Squishy goes in, gets 1, gets 2,
And a wipeout from the side of H-Town Rebels.
Oh, but that's 2 points to get the momentum going. It's not gonna stop.
What an intense tournament. This high stakes, great games. It was just, wow, what an amazing tournament.
I think that the craziest set just happened.
A bit of an upset, you might say.
Is this gonna be it?
They need 1 more, come on.
Oh,
They need
25 1.0.
Mickey Mart, we're just KO.
They are indeed the real deal. Put some respect on their name.
Mark Latex maybe now having a chance to win it all.
Beautiful match by Siku got kicked out.
Up until this point, everybody in here has been competing for something.
Try to run in right there, but pick up on the flank. Somebody explain to me how he keeps getting away with it. Getting up there, look at them, right behind, getting a pick out of your wall. Probably gonna get 2. Oh my goodness!
Gonna get another one.
What a game!
Hey,
yo, Russell Wilson, they got up in the Rainmaker. It's just a splash. You got picked. Winning.
If you're in the area, make sure to check out the Discord of Houston Splashdown if you want to participate in this or just to watch us from home. We would really appreciate you guys coming out.
This has been Sunset Surge 2024. This has been the most hype I've ever been in a long time. Well, I'm happy to hear, man. Sunset Surge 2024. This has been the most hype I've ever been in a long time. Well, I'm happy to hear, man. I'm happy to hear.
Introducing the Splatoon LAN Championship Showdown. A tournament where the winners of our favorite locals can face off in an online 8-team double elimination tournament.
I think they get it. Oh, that's the game. That's monkey. Oh my god.
Come at me.
Introducing the Splatoon LAN Championship Showdown. A tournament where the winners of our favorite locals can face off in an online 8-team double elimination tournament.
Kick down the clock, all four of them alive.
1, that's
picks.
it. But one behind the duelist, can they get something too?
The best part is, you have an opportunity to play.
Oh!
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 That's
all the marbles!
That's awesome. Oh my god. Oh!
Oh, that's a lot of control. He might just get it here. They
allowing them to take the lead.
Barely. You're gonna get blocked by the fence.
You gotta go! No!
It's up to Red to recap the zone all on her own. And they get
Just
it.
like
Welcome back. Nobody's got down. The zip caster gets 2. He gets 2.
Who will come out on top? Introducing the Splatoon LAN Championship Showdown, a tournament where the winners of our favorite locals can face off in an online 8-team double elimination tournament.
And the Tri-Strike Sting too! With Kronos coming in and following up with the third, that is the wipeout going with 10 seconds left to go!
Well, what do we have here? Welcome back to Paddling Pool number 311 here. We have a stacked matchup for you, but before we get too far ahead of myself, my name is Rocket, and joining me is the one, the only Incurian. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really good, really happy to hop back onto the mic for a new Paddling Pool. And as you said, we have a very, very stacked matchup. Two teams we've seen a lot in the high ends of the Paddling Pool. So Condon versus El Diablo.
Yeah, and not only in the higher-ups of Paddling Pool, but in Ludi in general. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of Div X talent in general. As we know, Condon is the number 3 seed in Div X, and I'm seeing as well El Diablo made up of some very familiar faces. You have Silver and Devin from Vacation, and you see a little bit of Vanguard as well in there with Mikey as well. So yet again, talent littered throughout this entire matchup here, but we're going to start things off on Rainmaker Museum.
Yeah, Rainmaker Museum, very, very classic map, got picked by El Diablo. Very open, so it will favor the charges of Devin and Mickey. So yeah, pretty classic picks by them, very open. You have some flanks you need to take care about.
Yeah, indeed, that E-Leader is going to feast, especially, I mean, given just the amount of range that the E-Leader can have, the amount of space it can just control by just existing there. You really just have to have, so many resources to deal with it if you're on the side of Condon, and that's something I'm sure they're going to have to focus on, make sure that Devin cannot set themselves up in a position there, and conversely, on the other side, in terms of El Diablo, you want to be able to have your E-Leader in a stable position here. Looking at our lineups here, we do see a Wiper on the side of El Diablo, on the other side, countering it with a Stamper and a mini Splatling. Typically not something you see nowadays, but I mean, I like that choice just for the sake of that stamp, because of the aforementioned 9.3 buffs to that stamp. It can just provide so much killing power.
Yeah, we've seen around in the usage of like basically every Ultra Stamp weapon, especially Mini and Splatana Wiper. Splatana Wiper already coming off strong in the beginning of that game, picking 2 kills on the Zap and the Mini. The push is already stopped, but it's still going for Condon.
Yeah, as they continue to surge forward here, the Devin unfortunately does go down, but now we see an opportunity for the Trip Strikes to go out to maybe try to continue this push a little bit here. I believe we actually have our color swapped, as it's El Diablo that's in the blue, and in the orange it's Condon there, as now we see here it's actually Condon. Yep, now with that cooler out being able to try to stabilize themselves a little bit, trying to get back into this mid position as the Rainmaker has reset. That Kraken is going out actually on the side. Will manage to cancel out Mikey's Stamper there, maybe trying to hunt for more. So much space being created by it.
A lot of space created, but I mean, one team still has to push. They need to take the advantage off of the other, and for the moment, El Diablo is still pushing and still like managing this momentum. I mean, the Rainmaker is going to stop anyway with the Kraken, but I mean, still pretty strong defense overall.
Yeah, and a great pick onto that Stamper there allows El Diablo to try to recollect this space, as so far they've just been on their back foot a lot of this match. Condon yet again has that Wiper Stamp available to be used here. Bucket does go down with Trip Strikes. That is a key pick there. No more Trip Strikes will be had on this push here, so now El Diablo can maybe get in a little bit of a foothold. The 1-for-1 trade will be had to cancel out that Stamp, but this Rainmaker is in such a difficult position to pick up if you are on the side of Condon, as they do lose 2 members here. Kraken v Kraken here, as now either side are just kind of stuck in the stalemate of just trying to run away from it, but so far no movement, as just picks are just trying to go left and right. Each team just trying to test, but Mikey might be the one to try to create some space here as 3 go down for Condon.
3 go down for Condon, and it's finally time maybe for Diablo to push. No, nice shot by Devin. No, sorry, by I think Bake, topping that Rainmaker instantly, and with half of the game already passed, I mean, it's looking very good for Condon. They still have a lot of opportunities, and they're still pushing and putting pressure. Okay, maybe time for now. Condon is in their spawn, but again, stopping that Rainmaker. Nice shot by Bake. It's a -2 on both teams, I think. So yeah, 60 points left again for Condon. They have everything they need, and maybe time to push for El Diablo, but we've seen again them try times and times again, and still no success for the moment.
Yeah, so far, just being able to hold firm is Khandan. Being able to just hold El Diablo to this ramp. Yes, the Rainmaker is taken out. Actually, 3 members of Khandan will fall here. Now, another opportunity for El Diablo to surge forward here. You need to take this space really, really quickly. You see the Stamper already trying to contest here. The Stamp throw will be had, and space has been created there. A quick lead change will lead to the first checkpoint pop there. And Inquiry, this has been a very back and forth, just stalemate type battle, but finally El Diablo pops through, finally getting a checkpoint pop now. With about 1:15 left, Khandan try to respond here, as so far El Diablo have been strong on that hold, but you see now Specialist is going out left, right, and center.
Yeah, Special's going out, the Stamper taking the kill on the Stamper, but the Kraken is here to defend again. Devin making quick work out of that Special, careful not getting punished by Bakke. That's a nice try, but it's getting stopped by the Rainmaker. It's -3. -3 for Khandan, but getting stopped by the Splatana Stamper. It was a nice try, but again falling short because of that quick defense.
Yeah, and you see Mitsuba was trying to just fight for their life here, manages to stay alive keenly for Khandan, so that's something that El Diablo has to worry about, that lurking Viper just in that corner here. You see now Mikey going in, and it cancels out Mitsuba's hammer there, and really nicely done. Finds another one as well, and now a great situation for El Diablo to try to just hold on to this. They just basically have to play keep away at this point. Rainmaker in a very tricky situation to try to pick up there. 15 seconds left. You see El Diablo are just playing the poking game, just waiting for Khandan, daring them to get forward as the speed leader isn't on it. That Rainmaker, the Rainmaker is picked up, but now it is lost in a weirdly placed position here, and someone needs to jump on that soon because Khandan has created so much space as yet again El Diablo go multiple players down. Now overtime lurks. This is a dangerous situation for Khandan. Just one player sneaking by can end things here in overtime. You see the Stamp now being thrown, trying to hunt for that Rainmaker, and it will be found with a resounding wipeout. El Diablo takes game 1.
I mean, that was kind of a special game because both teams were moving very fast, but at the same time, like, we haven't gone past the first checkpoint. Like, the max push was, I think, 58 points left, so it was, at the same time, very defensive. Like, both chargers making quick work in defense. I mean, we've seen the Ultra Stamp being very good, the Kraken putting a lot of pressure, and overall, like, it was so hard to push on that game.
Yeah, and I feel like a part of that was, I mean, you saw both teams were running that Kraken E-leader there. Just, you have to play so patiently if you have an E-leader on the other team, and at this high level, you're just gonna have to know that if they see you, they're gonna take you out. You're gonna have to just realize that and have to play around it, and we saw it with these specials like you mentioned there. You see Mikey managing to get that hammer pick and find another on top of it, really allowing El Diablo to try to settle themselves into just a situation where they just have to dare Khandan to move forward, and that's what you want here when time is running down and when you have the lead.
Mm-hmm. But I do think we're going to see a very different style of play, because we're going to Mako Mart on Tower Control. It's Khandan's Peak, and this map's completely different. Like, you have a lot of ledges you have to take care about. You need to pay attention a lot to not get rushed too easily. This is a map where teams play a lot faster, because, well, backlines don't have as much space as they'd want to. And as they would have on other maps like Museum.
Yeah, and we could see the pickup of some different weapons. I mean, we saw a Slosher there, yep, returning there, but also Mitsuba on that S-Blast. I was gonna mention that on cue, blasters are a really nice choice on this map because of the amount of ledges, amount of corners you can really set yourself on spin. You see Punchy switching over to the Splash as well to have that crab. On the other side, on the side of El Diablo, no major changes here, so remaining firm here, but let's see if Khandan's new comp can lead to a little bit more success here.
Yeah, as you said, no change at all for El Diablo, keeping that E-leader, but also keeping the Kraken. Kraken's being really good at pushing people off that tower if they need to defend. For the moment, we have a duel against Punchy and Mickey. Nice fall off by Mickey, picking the jump, and it's a -2 by them. time to push back for El Diablo.
Yeah, indeed here. Now you see the stamp is also in the pocket now of Mikey Evo, just daring as Condon continues to stagger. 3 players go down. As you see now, it's just left to that splash left to try to just recreate some space, as despite being the team that is just being pushed back, they are just unable to really recover in their own base so far. Really just left uncomfortable by all these flying stamps. The E leader popping their Kraken, yes, but still now finally Condon are able to kind of recollect themselves here on that right stack. Now with that crab being popped as well, will force the members of El Diablo back, as well as those trip strikes. If you're going to invest this many specials, you need to push, and that's exactly what Condon is doing.
They need to push, but they need to recover the specials very, very quickly, because look at El Diablo already there on mid to defend, picking some good kills. We have Mickey here on the left side. Hammer is ready, so the defense will not be that hard. Oh, never mind. Nice kill by the Slasher, but it's still kind of hard to get through for Condon.
Yeah, it's really hard, and now it's a very difficult situation for El Diablo to try to retake this. You see, you have that S-Blast just lurking just from Mitsuba, just on that left side of your screen, just waiting, daring any member of El Diablo to pop in and try to drop down and take care of it. A 1-for-1 trade will be had, yes, but the tower is still ticking down. Now past that first checkpoint, a trade will be had on that side, and both sides now going 2 players down. Still, Condon have strong control of that tower here, however, now being crunched down by all members of El Diablo here. Now losing some steam, they will be delayed, wiped, and forced back.
Delayed what? Indeed, and so time for El Diablo to go back to their usual pressure. I mean, they have such a good comp for outspeeding people. They have a Stomper, they have his Mini, they have Zap, so basically everything is there, but Condon already able to get through that defense, not pushing further than this. But now it's still their turn to make the work. They have 61 points left, so they do need to go further, like 22 points further, if they want to take the lead.
Yeah, they do, and they have Mitsuba's Booyah Bomb here to maybe try to make that happen. Never mind, quickly shut down by a nice E-leader shot on the other side by Devin in 4K here. Now you see the Kraken is also available, managing to take out the Crab as well. Really nice shot there, as now with that out of the picture, El Diablo are able to recollect themselves a little bit, still holding that push ever so slightly and just allowing these players to come in. The Stamp will find 2 there as well, so Condon forced back, halted back, and El Diablo have been really, really strong on their holds.
Yeah, really strong to keep that mid up. I mean, like every time Condon tried and like picked a few players, there weren't any wipeouts, so El Diablo was just able to make a quick word out of it and just get out of that disadvantage. They're pushing further. They need to take that checkpoint. Can they take it? I mean, Devin is struggling to stay on that tower.
Yeah, everybody's just shooting that Kraken there, but still, El Diablo is continuing to advance here. However, a quick 1-for-2 trade will be had here, but still moving forward. El Diablo still taking players. It's just left to the pen here to try to take out these players. All members of El Diablo just trying to dance on that tower. You see the Stamper trying to find some picks. We'll find one, trying to stay alive, but eventually going down. But somehow the tower manages to still move forward, taking that one, and with now a 2-0 lead, El Diablo looking really, really good here and setting themselves up for a potential sweep.
Yeah, potential sweep, but look at how El Diablo managed to completely deny Condon from like pushing for the 60 points. They got the first checkpoint, which is, I mean, of course, they're easy on that map, but after that, no way for Condon to go further than this.
I mean, yeah, and I feel like a key pick was onto that bucket there on the side of Condon. They were almost to trip strikes, and if they were able to build up those trip strikes, Condon could have built themselves some space, built themselves some time here to really just try to hunker down. You see on your screen right there is the bucket was taken out by that flanking Stamper and really just staggered the rest of Condon on their defense as they really just tried to jump onto the tower desperately to save it, but just the might of El Diablo was just a little bit too much for them there. They hope to rebound and make something happen in game number 3 here. Robo Ramen Zones is your game 3.
Yep, map that both teams have picked for Splat Zone, so I mean it's almost a 50-50, so both teams of course like this map, played on this a lot. It's one of the classics of Splat Zone. Very open. You have a lot of options. You have a lot of ways to move around. But I see a way for Kanden to do really well on that map because Pencil is so strong here.
Yeah, it is. All those paintings, all that paint, it might be too much to handle if you're on the other side, but I mean, I would not doubt Devin's abilities on E-Liter. Just the presence, yet again, on this map is very, very key and could deter some would-be frontliners from advancing forward in this zone. So really just how you want to play it in terms of what these two teams are going to run. Kanden, their comp switch did seem to work a little bit better for Tower, but just not enough here. I'm interested to see if they're going to change yet again for this game 3. We do see the return of the same weapons for El Diablo. On the other side, I feel like the similar stuff as well, but I mean the only difference really being is El Diablo moving back to that Zap instead of the E-Liter, or the Kraken E-Liter.
Yep, and also Kanden moving back from the Pencil back to the E-Liter. That's an interesting choice, but I mean for the moment they're making good work out of it. Taking the first few picks, taking the zone, taking control of it. Nice jump shot by Mickey, but getting punished right after by the NZAP player, and it might be time for Diablo to take back that zone, but no, they're getting pushed again and again with so much pressure inflicted by Kanden.
Yeah, you see here now, Devin, just the last player standing, will decide to just use that wave breaker to maybe just buy themselves an exit here. But now, Kanden in strong control of the zone, Booyah Bomb to boot as well, as they're now advancing forward, trying to take El Diablo's elbow here, as they do lose their Zap player, so that means no more Cooler will be had here, as now on the other side, another wave breaker being popped, the Stamp being thrown, won't quite find a pick, but El Diablo are 1 player down now, 2 players down here, as the Zap does go down as well, now falling here. El Diablo try to surge forward here to make sure this lead doesn't go out of control, and they will manage to take control of the zone here. Now Mikey and Y just trying to fight here, unfortunately does go down, and a quick Kanden retake here with those trip strikes allow them to get back right into business there, as El Diablo only got 5 points on the board.
5 points on the board, that's not a lot, and I mean they just got the zone once and it didn't go too well. Like El Diablo was able to take it back really fast, and look at Mitsuba already on the offensive on the left side, menacing Mickey, but getting killed by a smart splash bomb here. That's a -2 on the shoulders of Kanden. Only the Liter is ready to defend. 3 players already back onto their plat. I mean, El Diablo still need to get a really good push. The strikes are out to stop the zone. The Booyah is there too. Careful about that. Ooh. Yeah, careful about the stamp throw.
Yep, that's what the buffed Stamp will do to you, I believe. As well, the E-Liter falling off the map, unfortunate for Kanden there. But now El Diablo are threatening that lead that looked really strong for Kanden here. They will take it right there. Now, a lot of pressure on Kanden to make a push. You see the bucket trip strikes now going out. You need to move forward with this. And a quick Booyah Bomb to follow will at least flip the zone, forcing the penalty onto El Diablo. But they're still right there. They're still there to just paint over it really quickly. Mitsuba will go down on that left side. You see the bucket as well, just trying to see if they can find any footing here, but so far Kanden have just been thwarted and halted several times.
Yeah, I mean forcing the penalty is a good way to buy you time, but if there's no work done after to output pressure, it's not that useful. Even luckily for them, Kanden managed to take the zone back, and in a pretty secured way. But El Diablo are already there on their plat, ready to push. Look at the zone already turning blue so fast.
Indeed here. Now you see the Stamper also going out, trying to hunt this leader, just trying to see if they can find any more picks. Cooler will be placed by El Diablo as well, so these players can fight with a little bit more presence here. 2 players go down quickly for Kanden on this retake before they can really get anything going here. Booyah Bomb is almost had by Mitsuba, so you need to wait for this opportunity to strike. You see the Stamp going out, managing to find one before being taken out. Now that Booyah Bomb will be placed. This is going to be key for Kanden to try to stay alive. They will maintain control of the zone, and they have all their specials online pretty much here.
They do have all their specials, but I mean, El Diablo aren't that far from coming back. Nice pick and nice double kill by Bake. By Devin, sorry.
Yeah, just a quick 1-2 punch will be had there, and just like that, El Diablo are back in business here. Just the S-Blast and the E-Leader left standing. Not a lot of paint divided between those two. The E-Leader also falling as well, so now El Diablo yet again in the driver's seat. That stamp will be had, just looking for Punchy there, managing to stay alive. Booyah Bomb now out, 35 seconds left. Conda need to get a strong hold in if they want to maintain this. They want to stay alive in this match, I mean, here, as now they're trying to work through that penalty here, but yet again, El Diablo are able to match their paint, as when you take a look at these two weapon comps, El Diablo just has too much paint for Condon to really try to respond to, so you need to get these picks in. You see the trip strikes going out now.
Trip strike going out, but look at how fast the zone shifted blue again in the hands of Mickey, with, oh yeah, securing the wipeout with 5 seconds left. I think it's gonna be a quick 3-0 by El Diablo with so much control over those 3 games.
Quick 1, 2, 3, just like that. Very convincing victory there from El Diablo, and I feel like it got more convincing throughout the entire set. Game 1 was hardly fought. Game 2, you saw a little bit more of an El Diablo just thwart and managing to get it to a knockout situation. In Game 3, I mean, El Diablo were down at the beginning of this. I mean, Condon were able to knock it down to 41 off of a very nice pick and hold, but right afterwards, every time Condon tried to push into the zone, like every trip strike, every Booyah Bomb was quickly responded by El Diablo just quickly painting, and there you see the stamp there, immediately deleting that Booyah Bomb. Really nicely done there, and just all around, we're able to use their comp, so you see Devin with the 2 key picks as well. Members of El Diablo able to step up and just basically win team fights all together through great mechanical plays. Really nicely done from them.
Yeah, lots of teamwork from El Diablo. Sad for Condon, but their run isn't out yet. They still have to go through that losers bracket. We don't know yet who they will face, because I mean they're waiting in the losers finals. So in losers round 5. No, never mind. I'm kind of lost here. But they do have the loser run to make. They can come back into grand finals. We'll see them in a short while, but now we need to take a quick break and go to loser semis. And we are back to Paddling Pool 311 after a not so short break, but we are finally back with Rocket for the losers semis again with Mimzox against $20. How are you doing, Rocket?
I'm doing wonderful here, and a little bit of a surprise there. I mean, just taking a look, I mean, $20, 3 seed for a reason, taking out a common fan favorite here in Distinct there in a 2-0 sweep. We are, as a reminder, in losers bracket semi, so we're still working with best of 3, and on your screen right there, like you mentioned, we have Mimzox versus $20 here for the opportunity to face the number 1 seed in Condon, who are waiting for whoever is the winner of this set in losers bracket finals. But to kick things off, we're going to be starting here on Inkblot Art Academy Clams.
Yep, Inkblot on Clams. So it's a map picked by $20. It's kind of a weird map because it's very open. You have a very wide mid, but at the same time, like, you have a lot of blocks to hide. If you play like Spatana Stamper, if you play Carbon, you can sneak up pretty easily. So it's very interesting map. People move around a lot on this one.
Yeah, for sure, and you have to be careful of the ink frail as well. If left unchecked, like you mentioned, you could have a sneaky player, like you mentioned, a Carbon, or somebody else sneaking around the bats, taking control of it, and then providing jumps for the rest of their team. But anyways, we're just going to move straight into it. Game 1 of this loser bracket semis. Let's see what these teams have in store for us. We're already seeing a Ballpoint Luna on one side. On the other side, you mentioned there is a Carbon in play here on the side of Mimzox here, so definitely something to keep your eye out if you're on the side of $20. But what do you make of these comps?
I mean, it was a comp I was expecting from Mimzox. I mean, I'm French and I know them from the French competition, especially. I mean, Geku and Porky, they were playing for Squidding Good. On the side of $20, I've never seen them, but it's a very interesting comp with I mean, these aren't weapons we see a lot, like Tetris, Dread, Luna. Luna is picking up some usage more and more. But for the moment, Mimzox is just starting the game off so strongly. 44 points left, and it's not over yet.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, 45 seconds in, and already the point total is already under the second total. That is not something you see very often here, but finally $20 are able to recollect them. So you see Veal here just waiting for an opportunity to strike. Does have Reef Slider here. Does manage to get the pick and away in time too. So now a quick counter attack will be had by $20 as 3 players fall, and that is a quick wipeout here. They just need to get the clams in position here, and this could be a very quick pop here, but they need to get in fast as Mimzox are just running at them, just trying to buy any time and space for the rest of the team to get in. The basket will be broken.
Yep, 2 power clams in, and I mean, the Reef Slider was ready. Both Reef Slider were ready, but nice defense by Mimzox, picking up the wipeout to cut that push a bit short. 57 points left is not a bad push at all for $20, but they need to go further than this, and they already have to defend against Geku.
Yeah, and so much has happened, and we're barely 2 minutes through this match of back and forth. Both teams have had an opportunity to push here, so now we're back into this neutral stance of just seeing which team will have that slight advantage here, and it looks like to be $20 as the zap on the side of Mimzox does fall early here. A ball will be formed on both sides. Crab is available, but suddenly 3 members of $20 are gone and just left to the Dread. That is a quick wipeout. Mimzox responded with a wipeout of their own and now are back in business here. The Crab in such a great position on this block, just trying to zone out all these members of $20 as the clams are slowly but surely making their way in. The ball is being made as well and will make its way into the basket, and another wipeout in favor of Mimzox keeps this basket open, keeps this push going, and this is looking dangerous for them now.
Looking very dangerous. They only need a few more climbs. 3 here. They have, I mean, they have another wipeout by Geku with the -3. No clams left, and it's a quick win, quick work by Mimzox to secure game 1.
Back-to-back wipeouts while still holding the basket open. Really nicely done there. I mean, you saw at the end there that Carbon just single-handedly shutting down any last hope. Geku, that last any opportunity that maybe $20 had immediately shut down there. But I mean, I just want to talk about that crab. That crab really opened things up on that box, really just allowing all the rest of Mimzox to kind of just funnel themselves through and push through. Now, typically, we don't see scores just really go this drastically in a matter of moments. This was a story in 3 parts. A first Mimzox push countered by a $20 push, and then just complete wipeout there in favor of Mimzox. I mean, really impressive, and really just shows their really fighty nature.
I mean, I think they chained like 3 wipeouts in a row to get that push. So yeah, a lot of pressure and just keeping the momentum so well. And they will need some momentum because Splat Zone, Barnacle and Dime is a map centered about momentum. If you keep that zone, if you keep the mid and manage to put pressure on the opposing team, it will be very hard for them to come back.
Indeed here, and now Barnacle and Dime could be, like you mentioned, maybe just something different, something that $20 comp could rely on more. I mean, we did see the Tetras, we did see the Dread here, so maybe having some Reef Cheese for this map, just really just allowing these painting specials to just create space and allow yourself to get in there. But yeah, a very strong showing initially from Mimzox here, and it's only just left to $20 to see if they want to roll with that same comp, because it's an unusual one, yes, but I can see it working. You have that Luna, that Neo Luna with double Fizzy as well, and that Hammer, just a lot of potential subs and specials to really just space out Mimzox.
Yeah, as you said, I do see that that composition working, especially on that map, because there's a lot of open space, and so the Dread will make a lot of works because of their range. Both Reef Slider are good. The Bolt Point can put insane pressure, but we have a regular Blaster replacing that Luna for Tyler's.
Yeah.
And basically the same comp from Mimzox.
Yeah, and actually it's a Sea Blast, and the key thing about that Sea Blast is going to be that splashdown. You know, in the 9.3 update that they did get a slight paint increase, so maybe just having yet another painting special. You have double Reef from that Dread, and Tetra is returning, like you mentioned. Really, that's the only change from $20 to Dreadful. Will use that Reef Slider to cancel out that Crab, but quickly punished as 3 members fall for $20. It's just left to that ball point here to try to just get in some jumps, but unfortunately they will be camped out, and the Tetra is trying to stay alive here, finally taken out, that being a delayed wipe, and now an official wipeout as Mimzox are just continuing their dominance from game 1 in their fighting ability. A great Zuka as well!
What a Zuka by Geku. Mimzox taking that lead, but I mean, it's not even important because they are putting so much pressure and they're just keeping that drop-in safe. I mean, nobody can drop for $20. They just keep on getting killed onto their own plat.
Yeah, and now already down to the 30-point mark. Players are still falling from $20. The Pen finds the Dread, and now these specials are going to be out of commission yet again. Another wipeout might be the final nail in the coffin there for $20 if they aren't able to break out. 5 seconds left, so much ground to cover, and it looks like just like that, not even a minute and a half, I feel like, has passed in Mimzox. Quick 100-0. Take that game, take that set, and move on.
Move on to the losers final to fight Kanden. Kanden trying to take back their place into grand final to fight El Diablo back. But Mimzox also looking to pick up. I mean, looking at a seed, an unexpected grand final stand.
Yeah, indeed, here quickly done in by just Mimzox. Their $20 unfortunately just not able to find any footing as they were just left constantly uncomfortable, and in both those games I feel like Mimzox racked up a total of like 5 knockouts, and that is an impressive feat to do there. Their quick fighting ability, this Carbon from Geksu, and them just fighting together was key to their victories. But now Mimzox moves on, and I'm intrigued to see how this comp is going to work against Kanden there, because we're seeing a lot more 96 Gal lately.
Yeah, I mean it's not a very I mean, it's not a weapon we see usually, but Porky is known for that 96, playing mainly 96 and Squeezer, but Squeezer has seen less and less use over the years. It paints less than V-Shot, so it outputs specials. I mean, not that quick. But yeah, it's going to be. We're gonna have to go to a quick break to set up the match between Condent and Mimzox. I promise this break will be quick.
Yeah, a very short one. We'll be fast flowing right back for losers bracket finals really, really quickly. Well, welcome back. Quick turnaround here. Welcome back to Battling Pool 311. Still same commentators on board, myself being Rocket, joined by the one and only Inkiri here. And like we mentioned before we went to break here, now Mimzox has the honor of facing the #1 seed in this tournament, Condon, who are a little bit on a revenge tour here, trying to see if they can get that rematch against El Diablo here. But Mimzox, let's see if they can play spoiler.
I mean, I do think they can, because we've seen how dominant they were in losers finals, in losers semi, sorry. But we're back to best of 5, and best of 3 are known for being very volatile. Best of 5 can cut that and enables much more reverse sweeps. So let's see if first Mimzox stays onto that momentum, and second, if they can keep it.
An interesting choice here from Mimzox to go over to the Neo Sloshing Machine, which is not something we see typically a lot of anymore, specifically with the Zuka nerfs as well, but we're seeing it here. Let's see if it can do some damage. But already, Mimzox have lost both their more backline weapons in that pen and that S-Blast, meaning that cooler is going to come out a little bit delayed here, but maybe this Neo Sloshing Machine can make something happen, finding one, but unfortunately getting traded out in the early fight here as Condon now try to move forward here with a little bit more momentum.
Yeah, a little bit more momentum. They have the specials. They have Crab Kraken. The Zuka is ready on the side of Geku. Pyoclam is running to that basket, putting it inside, and some more little clams come in, but it's already -3.
Yep, a quick push, but on the other side, a quick counter attack will lead to that score only being 71. Definitely a more manageable score if you're on the side of Mimzox to come back from here. Punchy has a Crab as well, and they are wasting no time at all to try to set things up. And Crab quickly taken out, though. So key pick there will slow down the momentum a little bit. You see Mitsuba managing to actually go down there on that right side. So now Mimzox will be forced back here. Bake just trying to see if they can save some space here. Just trying to farm up that cooler, as Condon as well have also put up a formidable counterattack.
Yeah, very nice counter attack. But oh, look at Mimzox already -3 delayed wipeout. It's going to be the chance for Condon to go back. They have the clans and they have the specials now, because look at that Zuka picking up 1 kill on Porky, maybe the second one. It's a -3 and the only player standing in the splash show. Lead is taken, and it's already 30 points left for Condon.
Yeah, now you see Bake as well, farming up a power clam to maybe jump in. Do they have the time for this? It is a wipeout, but not quite enough time. Just a little bit too short. Would have just put that in very dangerous situation for Mimzox, but saved at the buzzer there. Condon will just have to sit with 31 points, which I'm sure they're still pretty happy about, but still yet unsatisfied, as they're still on this spinner with 2 balls.
I mean, 2 balls, but only 1 player standing. The only one is that machine taking 1 kill but getting punished by Eliasmo. Eliasmo on the right side here with the pencil, trying to make some quick work. But look at Bake! Look at Bake on the on the other side.
Yeah, a little bit wrong side there, but eventually sharked out by the members of Mimzox. 2 players do fall for Mimzox, though, speaking of which, and now they're just being forced back. 1 ball will be lost, the other in possession of this pen here, as now the Condon just try to move forward, but still taking losses as 3 players fall, just left again to Bake to try to hold this spinner here, being pincered by the members of Mimzox, being forced out. Now have all their specials online. They have that crab, they have that cooler, and now trying to even things up here as the first ball will be scored.
First ball will be scored, but they have another one in stock, and they still have some more. They don't have clams at the moment, but the push is still going thanks to that Kraken. They need to get some power, some little clams into that basket. They do, and they take the lead. 30 points left, flat, and it's still going.
It's still going. These little clams do matter there, but that third player will not find their way to that basket. Finally, the barrier is back up, and now a totally different game. Pressure now on Condon to try to move forward here. You have Punchy with this crab on this right side of spinner, managing to take out 1, creating so much space for the rest of Condon, but they are falling behind as well, as there's some players that were sharking, managing to find some members of Condon. Now, an opportunity for them to move forward. Punchy just trying to throw in some more clams to get that lead, but taken out. Okay, jumping in with this ball will take that lead, and eventually, now Condon in a driver's seat has so much time to really work with now, just to play keep away. 45 seconds left here, and it has been a back and forth in the last minute.
Back and forth in the last minute, but with like almost 30 seconds left, Mimzox don't have a lot of time to come back to it. And look at Condon already on the offense. They have some power clams ready. There's the -2 going into Condon, and it's going to be hard, but Mimzox need to defend that well and get that ball going.
Yeah, nice flank though, coming out from that splash. We'll take out some members now. Bake, last player standing, 5 seconds left. This needs to be a really good hold from Condon if they want to maintain this lead. A ball will be found into the basket now. Barrier open, time for the rest of Mimzox to push in. The pressure's on them now, but you see the bucket managing to shark out that player now with a full-on wipeout. That push quickly denied by the members of Condon. The last second effort will not be there, as Condon, very, very close back and forward, but eventually a victory in Game 1.
Victory Game 1 for Condon, stopping Mimzox, who had an incredible start of the game. They started so strong, but Mimzox able to take that one push, one really big push to 22 points left, and then it was just game on.
It was indeed there. Really nicely done from both teams to really just show their resilience in their back and forth there. Mimzox just a little bit too short in terms of being able to come back from them, but that's what I love to see. Both teams basically on equal level of footing here, with being able to make some plays happen, being able to push in with urgency. And although the Neo Sloshing Machine didn't quite get the victory there for Condon, it still did a lot of damage, you see right there. I mean, it did get them the victory, excuse me, but not a weapon we typically see work, but they made it work.
They did make it work. And we're going to hop in to that Game 2 is going to be Rainmaker on Barnacle and Dime. We've seen Barnacle and Dime last set, and it worked like amazingly well for Mimzox.
Indeed here, and now just waiting to see what will we have in store for us. For Game 2, Rainmaker, Barnacle, and Dime will be our game mode. Not typically a map mode combination we see in particular, but Barnacle and Dime provides itself so much open space to really work with. You could see the return of some E-leaders, maybe we could see the return of some carbon rollers as well, so maybe these closer range fighty weapons, even maybe a Luna Blaster, as well as we mentioned and touched on a little bit about that previous set, really just seeing more play just because of that hammer buff.
Yeah, and yeah, as you said, like Barnacle and Dime offering so much open space, but it's a very, very straightforward map to me. Like, you don't have a lot of ways to push and to make things work. You have one clear path, and that's just how it is. So the goal here is going to be to master that one pass, make some quick work, be very, very offensive, and I mean, it will work for teams. But look at Mimzox comp again, like they have that Carbon able to shark a bit and take some unexpected kills. The Trap is out though on their side, able to zone out a bit. Back A unable to take some good positions. Pretty strong start by Mimzox, but no team's really taking the advantage. It's neutral.
Yeah, neutral so far, but Bake will be propping out that Kraken, just looking for that Rainmaker who just dives in. Unfortunate spot to be in there, and now a great opening team fight will go in favor of Condon here. Now have seen a clear path to that goal, however, quickly shut down on the other side, as well as that Rainmaker being taken out. You see the Booyah Bomb being popped from Condon to try to save face, but Mimox are here to stay. They have managed to take back their stack, taken out members of Condon in a delayed wipe.
Delayed wiped indeed, but I mean, it's -3 for Condon. Still going for Mimzox, taking the lead, breaking that checkpoint, and still taking some kills. Bake is the only one able to defend for the moment, but taking nice kill, nice -2 on Porky and Eliasmo.
Yeah, really nice shot there. Another one
Porky
found.
alone with the Kraken.
Really nicely done from this E-Leader, just holding the fort here, but Punchy doesn't really have that much room to really work with here. Both E-Leaders are just been on point with their... I mean, the E-Leader from Condon has been on point on the other side. They have a pen to try to make up that paint difference, but still, yes, something you have to worry about is definitely that E-Leader here, as Punchy yet again tries to move forward with the rest of Condon and their members, and actually manages to find some space to work with them going 3 down, but that Kraken will throw a wrench in their plans.
Yeah, Kraken is going to hold that Rainmaker for so long, and I mean, Mimzox is already back to defense. It will be hard for Condon to come back. Bake is positioned to take some very nice kill. Look also at the bucket, at the sloshing machine here on the right side, outputting some pressure. The lead is taken by Condon. And the defense is still struggling on Mimzox's side. Geku was lacking some ink.
Yeah, still managing to take that lead though, but now with a 3-down situation, you have Mimzox trying to answer back. They do have a Crab available for this mid-push, but is anybody aware of Bake? Bake is just waiting here, maybe being able to take the pick here. No. Does miss the shot, unfortunately, misses the other one, and now has to run back and chase back, as it looks like Mimzox just decides to ignore that E-Leader and just charging straight forward towards the goal. The Shark just unfortunately unable to really get any value there.
Yeah, small misplay by Bake, resulting in such a huge lead by Mimzox. And I mean, the push is still going. They're still there onto mid to get ready for the defense.
Indeed, here now Bake being the one to move forward here now. 1:45 left to push here. Doesn't have a lot of space to work with, as actually that Carbon is lurking under that goal now. Just 3 players down, just Mixuba, the last one standing at another delayed wipe in favor of Mimzox, who can now really... They don't really have to push this. I mean, they have a huge lead here. If they want to extend it, they can, but it seems a lot more just beneficial to hold here, and Condon does lose one of their players to a disconnect, unfortunate, so now they will have to be playing with a 3-down situation, with 1 player down situation indefinitely.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, and with 1 minute left, I mean, I don't see Condon coming back, maybe with a miracle. The Kraken is here. Kraken is... What is Bake doing?
Not exactly sure there. Maybe just looking over the ledge there. I'm just like, yeah, just looking at a view here. I mean, I'm pretty sure they just know, like, this is a very unwinnable situation to really try to get into here. But Mimzox just not moving forward, playing this smartly despite having that advantage. We'll try to move forward with this Rainmaker here. Punchy just trying to make something desperately happening, but fortunately it does go down here. Now you see just 30 seconds left. Mimzox just look like they're just trying to play keep away, as Condon have looked like they're just thrown in the towel.
Yeah, thrown the towel, but yeah, wipeouts for Mimzox with the Splasho here trying to move, but yeah, it's just over. They stopped. No, they've not. They haven't.
This is just scuffed. Honestly, not much more to be said. It's just like 8 seconds left. It's gonna be a monumental effort for Condon to try to move this one forward, but it will be an attempt nonetheless, as the players don't even know if they're gonna be playing this one or not. But I mean, still, this match will count here. You see Bakke just charging straight into the jaws of Mimzox to just end it quickly right there, and that will be a quick 1-1 now, even things out, as really nice recovery there despite what happened in the final minute. Mimzox there, now 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very nice game by Mimzox nonetheless. They had a huge lead before that disconnection. Look at that push by Eliasmo, able to go forward with that open path that was created by their teammates. So yes, that disconnection. Did it change the ending of that game? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure it really changed it much either, but I mean, key play to be had there. I mean, shifting the entire balance of power was Bakke on the side of Condon, just unfortunately unable to get the Shark onto the Rainmaker there. Yeah. I liked the play in terms of like how it would have benefited them. I mean, yes, you get that surprise pick onto the Rainmaker, and then suddenly not only is Mimzox a player down, do you have to scramble back and try to get that Rainmaker, but just unfortunately able to capitalize on that just great Shark there. Just really left the E-Leader out of position and allowed Mimzox to kind of just surge forward in a 4v3 there. But quick turnaround, we're just jumping straight into game 3 here, which will be TC Hagglefish.
TC Hagglefish, such a staple of competitive play. You have so much to do here, you have so much different ways of playing the game. You can Shark, you can go very aggro, you can be very good on your defense. I mean, everything can be done, and look at that beginning. Already a crap duel on mid.
Yeah, and the key thing as well now, Bakke will be on that pen to just provide that paint support instead of the straight out E-Leader benefit there. We'll manage to take out Porky, and already trying to right the wrongs of that previous loss. Condon strike first and are now trying to work past that first checkpoint.
Yeah, first checkpoint is going to go down. The Booyah Bomb is ready to be shot at the defense to keep control of that tower, but for the moment, such a strong start by Candid.
And now you see Porky as well managed to get a key pick onto Punchy, just providing a little bit of stopping power with that Kraken here, but still Condon are surging forward, managing to take out 2 players here, and now threatening that second checkpoint as well. They are not taking that previous loss lightly in Curie, and now past that second checkpoint, now yet again, now threatening the third checkpoint as well. Picks are still going into favor of Condon as they are not losing much steam here. Eventually though, they do go 2 players down, as with that cooler, Mimzox have a little bit more fighting power to try to stop this, but still, Condon are just increasing this lead by the second.
Yeah, the momentum is so strong on Condon side. Look at Bakke! Bakke able to sneak up a bit. It's going to be no, not even a delayed wipeout. The bucket is still there. Okay, never mind. Wipeout now. Finally, time to breathe for Mimzox.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of sharking pens, sharking charger. Definitely an unusual way of playing, but it has worked for them there, at least in terms of this match. And now Condon have a large lead to kind of fall back on. However, they cannot afford to put their foot off of the gas yet, as there's still 3 minutes left in this match to be played here. Mimzox can continue to take things slow and steady if they want to get this. They just need to take things 1 checkpoint at a time, really, but now in a great position to do so. You saw Crab being popped. 2 players do fall for the side of Condon. Now 3 players just left to the splash, as this could be an easy checkpoint pop.
Yeah, easy checkpoint, and the only player standing was Bakke. All their teammates went down, and for the moment, I mean, we just see a repeat of what happened for Condon previously. Mimzox able to output so much pressure here, but nice kill by Mitsuba, going to that tower, taking 1 kill on Porky, but getting pushed out by the pencil.
They're getting pushed out here, but now Bake will find one, now with Cooler online as well for the rest of Conda to try to recover this. Mimzox are looking really, really strong here to try to threaten the second checkpoint. This is a key choke point that's really, really hard to get through naturally, and just like that, the second checkpoint will be had. Yes, Mimzox are taken out in pretty much a delayed wipe, but Mimzox being able to get past that second checkpoint basically puts them on even footing in terms of checkpoints in general, because all it takes is another great push just like that, and that lead can easily be switched. But first things first, you need to focus on stopping Condon right here.
Yeah, definitely, because Condon is already ready to go out on a rampage yet again. The bucket, the slushing machine taking a nice kill. It's -1 for Mimzox, but it still continue to going down.
For sure, and now we see players from Condon are falling as well, so no more points will be had on the board. Just this S-Blast will take a trade there, yes, but it will only slow down the inevitable, which is now Mimzox being able to recollect themselves here. Punchy, though, managing to take out Porky in a great pickoff. Maybe try to hunt for more, finds another, and still hunting. Punchy has a crab available here for Condon, and you see the crab actually on the other side being popped to just remove that splash from Commission, just trying to see if they can hold on here, as what looks like a great counterattack from Mimzox was halted, at least temporarily, by Condon here, as pressure is still on Mimzox to push.
Yeah, pressure is still on Mimzox, but look at how Condon managed to output so much pressure. We had Punchy doing an amazing -2 to survive, and then continuing on sharking on that left side. For the moment, it's just back to neutral position, but Mimzox can't afford to stay in neutral for too long. They only have 30 seconds left.
And they don't have much time to really work with here. This push is definitely going to be its last, and look what Condon has in their pocket. They have Bitsuba and that Booyah Bomb, that GG Booyah Bomb. They need to stay alive to hold this push. They might not even need it, though, as two players do fall from Mimzox here. Porky now just on that tower, just trying to stay on it desperately, as you see a bunch of Condon members are just trying to throw them off so they won't are able to contest it here. Overtime looms the second it pops. There is the Booyah Bomb, the GG Booyah Bomb, and Condon survived that one now with a 2-1 lead.
2-1 lead, they really made that previous loss not count that much. They have the lead, and they have the match point that way.
Yes, a nice recovery from them. I mean, from start to finish in Korea, I mean, you saw at the very beginning, all they had to do was just, in the first minute of it, get it all the way down to the 11-point mark in just one fell swoop. And Mimzox, although they came really, really close, I will give them massive props to that. They're just a little bit unfortunate there at the final overtime push. Just wasn't able to surge much more forward because that S-Blast was just waiting with that Booyah Bomb, just waiting for a great opportunity. They played patiently and they played smartly. Condon with a great game 3 now, like you mentioned and hinted at, are in a match point scenario.
Match point scenario, and it will all be decided. I mean, not maybe all, but it will be decided onto Splat Zone Robo Ramen. Teams really not losing any time, just jumping from games to game one after the other.
Yeah, they are very eager to get back into the action here, but Mimzox on the back foot. You see Porky now switching back to that 96 for that crack. You see for that 96 Kraken just really just provide that midline pressure. Now though, Condon does have a crab, and so does Mimzox. They're both still sticking with that splash to really just provide that painting power. But so far, just Condon losing 2 players there, so now it looks like Mimzox might have a stronger push onto this midpoint. See Porky popping that crack and just try to find some picks here, but picks are going massively in the favor of Mimzox.
Yeah, there's only 2 players left, one jumping out, so it's almost like a 4v1 situation. Players are jumping back. We have a nice kill by that Zuka. The crab is popped out by Condon. They have an opportunity to come back very strongly, and they do.
Yeah, they do indeed. Now, you see the Blaster taking a 1-for-1 trade, but still, Condon in strong control of the zone here. Miku losing that fight to Punchy, who might get another pick as well onto that jumping player. Porky now yet again popping that crack, and specials just going everywhere, but Porky finds themselves in the last player standing situation here, just trying to see if they can stay alive, provide that distraction, but unfortunately goes down. Now a delayed wipe in favor of Condon, who can easily take this lead, especially since they have the Zuka to use as well.
Yeah, Zuka's ready, and I do think those other specials will be ready pretty quickly. The Crab is a bit alone here on the bottom, but managed to still take a pick. I mean, it's not the most important one, and yeah, Mimzox still going back with some quick kills. It's -2. They have some jumps ready to get that zone painted. -3. Zuka is out to secure more kills, but it's still hard. They still have a lot of kills to do.
For sure, and now almost out of their penalty though, Mimzox have been able to recover. They are now out of their penalty now, seeing if they can chip into this lead that Condon has built. This Crab is going to be really, really key, and that's so difficult to deal with, especially if you have an Ink Wall with there as well, basically making it invulnerable. Now a respawning Crab on the other side. Booyah Bomb is actually not going to be used by Mitsuba, being cancelled out here, but the picks still being evened out, but looking like they're going in favor of Mimzox though, because they've just been able to just sit back and relax. Lead has been taken and the staggering is continuing.
They're not relaxing. Look at how fast they increased the pace of that game. 10 ticks left. Is going to be last stand for Condon. Can they take that zone back? They stop control, but I mean, Gecko is still there, the only man standing. They have some jump. They do have some jump getting killed. Okay. Massive breathe by Condon, and they still have to. They have a shot at pushing back.
Yeah, that Booyah Bomb was right on time there. Punchy's Crab is Keely taken out though, so with now a 2-player down situation, Mimzox could move forward. However, the picks are there just to slow down that counterattack a little bit. Crab is right back into business after being taken out earlier, but Porky is hunting it here, just trying to see if they can get that pick at the very minimum here, but still, points are still ticking down for Condon. Mimzox needs to contest the zone eventually, but Porky does fall, now putting themselves in a 3v4 situation here. Paint is still heavily in Condon's favor as now 15 ticks left onto the zone. One final push might all have Mimzox have left in them, but the players might not even be there. The Splash really the only player in position, and just like that, Condon survived Mimzox in a 3-1 victory in that set. But what a game 4 that was, down to the wire.
What a game 4, as you said, offering that deserved place to grand final to Condon. They have their rematch against El Diablo. It's going to be a Seed 1 versus Seed 2 grand finals, but with the advantage to Seed 2 though.
Indeed. I mean, although it looks like on paper a 3-1 resounding victory for Condon, all these games were really, really close. I mean, obviously you have the niche of that one game with the disconnects being whatsoever. Maybe you could see Condon coming back from that one, but still, Mimzox put up a hell of a fight despite being only the 6th seed. Heavy underdogs, yes, but shows that they're able to fight with the top dogs in this tournament. Just unfortunately not enough there, as Condon move on to get a little bit of a grudge/revenge match now.
Yep, revenge match, and we're going to see it just after a quick break to set up that grand final. We'll see you just in a short while for grand finals against El Diablo and Condon.
never felt like I never felt like baby, stay with me. You gotta tell now. I never felt like I never felt like baby, stay with me. You gotta tell now. I never felt like I never felt like baby, stay with me. You gotta tell now.
And we are back to Padding Pool 311 for the grand final. We have a run back of the winners final, El Diablo versus Kanden. Kanden with a quick work into the final, beating Mimzox seed 6th. But going back to grand final with the disadvantage of the bracket reset. I'm still Inquiry, joined with Rocket to commentate this to you.
Yeah, and like we talked about, the first matchup between both these teams, stacked rosters throughout both teams. A lot of DivX players, basically made up entirely of DivX players here. So looking for the run back, as El Diablo surprisingly made very quick work of Kanden in that winners finals, making it a 3-0 set in their favor. So let's see if we can see that continued dominance from El Diablo, or will those 3 games have given Kanden a little bit more of an understanding of what El Diablo likes to do, their tendencies, and maybe they have some counters in the play here. But starting things off game 1, jumping straight into it here for grand finals, we have Clam Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime.
I mean, we've seen Barnacle and Dime countless times those past few sets. It's not a surprise to see it back there. It's picked by both teams. And we see, I mean, the same comps as we've seen last time. Machine, S-Blast, Pencil, Splash on one side, and Devin with the 4K liter, the mini picked by Mickey, and just Temper Zap.
Yeah, for sure. Now that Stamp does go out pretty early there. Doesn't quite find much value, and actually Mikey will go down there. So now you see the Crab on the other side, not quite finding some value. Just both teams just trying to test out mid, seeing what they have so far, and just trying to see if they can find a couple of clams here and there. But the picks are now coming in right there. El Diablo managing to find 3. Now almost a delayed wipeout here, as that is a quick basket score. But will there be any follow-up?
They are in position to follow, but they don't have the workload to do it. So it's just gonna be a power clam. Kanden need to come back to mid, but I mean, El Diablo didn't lose a single player onto that push.
Yeah, initially they did. A quick pick onto Mikey now turns it into a 2-down situation for El Diablo, but on the other side as well, they also lose 2 players on the side of Kandan here. Devin managing to get a great pick onto Punchy, trying to see if they can find some more here. Has 7 Clams really just waiting for an opening to push in here. Also has Kraken as well, so just ever so cautiously moving forward with the rest of their team here, as with plat secured, El Diablo can continue moving forward here, but Devin just picking off players left, right, and center.
Indeed, they are continuing to move forward, but they need the clams. I mean, they have the picks, they have the position, they don't have the clams to push at the moment, but I mean, for the moment, they're just securing their way in. Devin is going to go forward, getting punished by that blaster. The pencil is down. It's -2 on each side. Mickey with the mini jumping onto that bottom from the top left. It's just continuing for Diablo. 58 points left, and they still have some players up.
Yeah, they still indeed, and Devin is almost back at another Kraken here, but players of El Diablo still on plat now, eventually being pushed back into mid here. Kandan finally being able to recollect their own plat is key, as you see now. The sloshing machine will pick up that Zuka, just trying to see if they can find any picks, but Devin is just chasing them down as players fall from both sides here. As we see now, surging forward, Kandan trying to recreate and take some of this space here, and maybe try to get the first score for them, as Baki will manage to get it in, yes, but there doesn't look like to be any follow-up as 3 players fall.
Yes, 3 players fall, and no follow-up for Kandan losing that first push, and I mean, offering the pity to El Diablo, but they're continuing, they're coming back to mid with 2 kills, 1 power clam, another one on the back. Zuka is out, be careful about that Ultra Stamp. It's game on for Kandan. They need to make it work.
Yeah, they need to make it work and need to make it happen fast. They are doing just that and managing to take the lead. Still more clams to follow, and Keeley as well. They have that pity in the background as well. If they can keep this push going, they might not even need it. The ball will be had. They have enough to maybe get this if they can continue to keep this basket open. Punchy here just in that area, keeping the basket open. The jump is had. That might be it right there if they can make it in, but no, the ball falls just slightly too short of the goal there. Kandan were threatening a knockout situation and we're just inches away from getting it, but still a great push nonetheless, as El Diablo now have to recover with a strong push of their own.
Strong push of their own, they're gonna have to do it. 58 points left, 1 minute on the timer is not a lot. It's not a lot. They need to make a quick work out of this offensive. They're doing it for the moment. They have all the positions they need. Baki is the only man standing against that Splasher-matic. The ball is in the basket. They need more clams now.
Yeah, they need more. The basket is open, but it's about to close here shortly. Just barely being able to get there in time. Mikey now jumping in with even more clams. Could easily take the lead off of this, and they do just that. 40 seconds left. Going for the knockout situation. The ball is there as well. It was formed in the background, and El Diablo continue their success against Kandan here, now 1-0 in grand finals.
And that was such a strong opening, but I mean, Kandan wasn't far from winning anyway. They had a really good push to, I think, 17 points left. Only, of course, they get reversed by El Diablo with a strong end push. But I mean, both teams showed that they are able to make a dent into the other one's defense.
For sure, and strong push throughout. I mean, Kandan showed a lot of resistance there. I mean, off of that initial push that looked pretty strong from El Diablo, they were able to return in kind right here. You see on your screen there, all the way down to 40 and even 20 by being able to build up that super clam. But then a quick turnaround, not even 20 seconds later, El Diablo right back in business and able to end it in a knockout situation with just their strong presence and weapons, being able to attack from multiple angles and really locking out Kandan from really trying to move in. That has been the key of El Diablo throughout this entire tournament, and it has continued there. Now moving to game number 2, a map that Kandan just played not even a couple moments ago. It is Robo Ramen Zones.
Yeah, I mean, what do we even have to say on Robo Ramen? We've presented the map to you countless times before. Just very classic, a lot of ways to move around. You can be sneaky, you can just go forward and output your specials, kind of like in a brute force way. Let's see how it goes. I mean, El Diablo showed a lot of dominance on there. Kanden too. Kanden were very dominant against Meebzox. So let's see how it goes. We just need to wait for the moment.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm interested to see if Devin's going to stick with that E-Leader. It was providing so many key picks there that was really able to open up Kanden's defense. But not only that, I'm interested for this particular situation because will they have enough paint, or do you want to stick or go with that pencil for even more paint? I mean, both teams were bringing out that crab splash as well to provide that painting fire. So maybe you stick with the E-Leader just for the sake of having that in the minds of Kanden, just saying, hey, you cannot approach me no matter what. You have to worry about me. On one side, you see Mitsuba will be switching back over, I believe, to that Sea Blast. And on the other, Devin still sticking with that E-Leader, still sticking with pretty much the same comp here, but instead, Y will be on that Zap for Cooler instead of the Crab.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I've seen Davil play anything other than the leader. So it's just very confident into that pick, and for the moment it's going to be a hard start for El Diablo, getting punished quite quickly by Kanden. The lead is theirs, they have the zone, they have the positions, now they just need the specials to secure that push.
Yeah, and already right there with the Crab as well on this key position. The Hammer there quickly immediately deletes that Crab, and now an opportunity for El Diablo with a little bit of a numbers advantage here. Actually quickly taken out as that stamp does fall, as El Diablo just not quite being able to find an opening yet, and now it's dangerously close to being a knockout situation. 35-33 ticks left standing, and with Cooler up, Kanden are looking to fight and trying to lock them out.
I mean, they are very much doing that, locking El Diablo out onto the plat. The score is still going down for Kanden. 10 ticks left. Can it be a one-shot push?
Ooh.
No, El Diablo finally taking that zone back, but they have to take some kills if they want to really make it work.
Yeah, they need to do it quickly as well, because just like that, Kanden are back in business there. A lot of penalty to E3, yes, but still, they have the zone. The pressure is still on El Diablo to make something happen. You see that Mikey does have their stamp available on that mini Splatling here, but just waiting for an opportunity to throw it here to maybe get an opening pick. It's not quite being used yet, just waiting to see if anybody even lurks through, but so far, El Diablo have been stuck in their elbow. Now the Hammer will be thrown. We'll be finding one there, and that, just like that, allows El Diablo to just enter the zone.
Yeah, entering the zone with, I mean, losing a single player, so it's a very strong push for the moment. But now they are losing, like, their Stomper, their Zap. The only player standing at close range is Mickey, but they are already back. Davin a bit menaced by that Crab. Crab doing a lot of work here, controlling that zone, controlling that plat. It's still very, very controlled pace by Kanden.
It is indeed, and they're still chipping down at their penalty slowly but surely. Kanden, that is, as El Diablo still have not been able to get a very strong hold into zone here, as the players are just falling from both sides losing at least one or two players, as now yet again another one falls in the middle of zone. But still, El Diablo have been able to actually get into the zone finally, and now are chipping away at their small penalty points. Punchy with this Crab though immediately takes out Devin, now looking for more targets here, as this Crab could be the key into getting into the zone. Another pick will be had as well. Punchy just opening things up for Kanden to retake.
Yeah, opening things up to retake, but El Diablo is still there on the zone fighting. Mitsuba rushing to that Stamper, rushing to that plat, taking the kill on Y, taking back that zone for Kanden, but they lost so many players in the operation.
Yeah, they lost a lot. Now you have to be careful if you're Kanden. Don't get too overconfident here, because the lead can switch very, very quickly. Mikey here with that stamp, just trying to look for any players. Won't quite find the target, but Izuka will find them, and now just trying to look into the zone. Specials being popped from everywhere. The Zuka you saw got one earlier, and Punchy with this Crab in a great position will allow for the retake as two players fall to it, and now Kanden move in with their own a really quick retake here, and so far it has been all Condon being able to just control the pace of the game so far. El Diablo need to get those key picks eventually, because with 1 minute left, if they continue at this pace, they won't be able to get it.
I mean, for the moment, I just feel like Punchy is so important for Condon's retake. That crab is making damages.
Yeah, it is. It is taking out a lot of players. And speaking of which, Punchy here yet again finding another pick and another one before the crab is even taken out. Every single time we've seen them in Cure, they've managed to find 2 or even more.
Yeah, and with 30 seconds left on the clock, Condon are in full control of the zone. El Diablo need to come back, but they need to take care of that crab that just stopped their push every time.
Yeah, they need to, and that could come from the hammer, which is unfortunately taken out already. 10 seconds left here. That mini Splatling will be back in time, yes, but will there be enough paint to even force overtime here? The hammer will go out, but it doesn't look like that will be the case as Condon respond back, finally taking a game off of El Diablo in general here. Now 1-1 in Grand Finals. Now definitely something different has awoken in Condon. They've started to figure out El Diablo here. Let's see if it can continue here if they want to win this one. Especially since they have to win this one to fourth bracket reset.
Yeah, they have to win 2 sets, and winning 2 sets isn't an easy thing. But, I mean, let's see how it goes, because we're going to a completely different map. This time, and it's a pick by El Diablo, so they're favored by that map. It's going to be Undertow Speedway on Rainmaker. Such an interesting map because it's very closed, and we don't see a lot of closed map those past few months.
Yeah, we don't normally see those, but Rainmaker Undertow is a very more close range map, so we're going to be seeing a lot less of this more rangy type fighting we saw you from Punchy and the Crab, and a lot more close quarters kind of brawly type. So definitely intrigued to see if those longer range weapons looking right at Devin there to see if they can still succeed in this type of map, or if Condon are able to keep up that pressure, because I mean, based on that map, it looks like Condon were able to keep Devin's impact at a bare minimum while allowing their own players to succeed, such as Punchy, such as these other players on Condon, to really get those fast retakes.
Yeah, getting the fast retakes, but I mean, this is going to be a completely different thing because we're going to a much more mobile mode. We were in Splat Zone where you just have to keep one area of the map under your control, but this time Rainmaker, especially on Undertow, you have to move a lot. You have a lot of ways to go. You can go on the right, you can go on the left. There's so much ways to get the objective moving, but in the end, you have to make it move, and you just can't stay static.
Can't stay static, especially if you're going against that E leader as well, and able to just single-handedly shut down a push if you are not careful with the Rainmaker here. Taking a look at the weapons, we see Mitsuba actually switching over to the Wiper, which is a very interesting choice here, trying to fully embrace that closer range type battle. You'd kind of think they'd stay on Sea Blast, but no, we're going with that hammer to counteract Mikey's hammer on the other side. Let's see if it will change anything up here, as Game 3 is upon us here.
Yep, El Diablo managing to get that quick pop of the Rainmaker bubble. For the moment, back to neutral position, but Condon are a bit restrained onto their plat, and El Diablo are moving forward to mid. Look at that Splatoon's temper.
Yeah, you see it already brewing wonders, but it is eventually shut down by this sloshing machine, but still, either team have been able to really get into a position to push here. The Booyah Bomb will be had, but quickly taken out by El Diablo, by Devin on that E leader here. So still very stagnant in mid, as minute has passed, and neither team has really been able to get a foothold. Maybe it's leading a little bit toward Condon, but El Diablo are there just waiting for Condon to make the first move.
I mean, just waiting, because look at the specials. Devin has their Kraken ready, and if you output a Kraken against the Rainmaker, there's not much the Rainmaker holder can do.
Yeah, not much they can do there, but the Stamper is camped out by this bucket as well. Still, nobody has been able to even pick up the Rainmaker to even move it anywhere. 2 specials online for El Diablo, like you mentioned, that Kraken still online. There's the Stamp as well, managing to take out Bake and taking out the cooler weapon for for Condon here. Now an opportunity for El Diablo to move a little bit forward here, but you see the specials just being traded left and right. Finally, someone grabs the Rainmaker, and it is Condon now quickly finding an opportunity on this left side. Could easily get this checkpoint pop here, just waiting for that bomb to be popped. Punchy will unfortunately go down just barely before they could get into that Rainmaker pedestal, however.
Oh, it's a delayed, it's a -3 by El Diablo. It is going to be a charger duel between Devin and Bake. Punchy catches that Rainmaker, but quickly shut down by Devin. It's going to be a hard time coming back for El Diablo because, I mean, every player from Condon is already ready.
Yeah, indeed. Here now trying to respond with a push of their own. They're just pushing this left side. You see the hammer going out as well. Just waiting for an opportunity to strike. But does anybody expect Mitsuba? The Wiper does unfortunately miss here and doesn't able to take out the Rainmaker. Yes, able to get that pick. But the checkpoint will be popped. Now El Diablo in that lead situation here, but being thwarted on this push nonetheless. They will definitely take that push any day of the week here, as now pressure is all on Condon to try to get that checkpoint.
Yeah, they need to take that checkpoint and go further than the checkpoint if they want to take the lead. We have a very good operation here by the sloshing machine on the left side, opening the way for their teammates, but Devin already there, forced to jump back though.
Yeah, forced to jump back, and now the Crab being denied on the side of Condon. 2 players fall for them, and quickly recovered by El Diablo. You see Mikey here trying to shark out this bucket, managing to win that fight there, and now opportunity for them to continue moving forward, just trying to get this paint down, just trying to move up slowly but steadily, as although they do have that lead, it's not necessarily a very safe one here, so El Diablo could be looking to maybe get another push as the Rainmaker is reset, cooler is popped as well. Each team just looking for that opening pick. However, first blood will be had by Condon as both sides lose a player.
Both sides lose a player, and it's going to be a huge opportunity for Condon, but they're getting stopped again and again by El Diablo's defense. So strong at keeping that that checkpoint safe.
Ooh.
Never mind.
Not quite enough, as I believe Devin was thrown a little bit off course on that Kraken, just trying to defend that Rainmaker pop. And now an opportunity here for Condon to maybe at least snatch it and take the lead here in a very awkward situation. The Rainmaker will actually not move forward, as this right side is typically not what we see on Undertow, but finally being taken by Punchy, surging forward, now down to 42. The entire script has been flipped now. El Diablo's turn to try to push in. That is a very slim lead to be had, but still it's a lead nonetheless. 30 seconds left. Overtime may be looming here, might be in the cards, but they just have to take it one push at a time. But unfortunately, Devin does go down there.
Devin does go down by Bake. Bake forced to jump out though, but Punch is ready. Specials are ready on El Diablo's side. They need to make quick work out of it. They need to take those kills. But Devin is trying to, I mean, kind of a weird play here. The way was paved on the left side.
Yeah, and now overtime looming. All it takes is Devin to go down here, and this overtime push will be over. That Booyah Bomb puts him desperately at the corner, and that stamp will seal the deal right there. A great combination of specials for Condon to just leave Devin no opportunity to even move forward, to really go anywhere. The Booyah Bomb to space him out, and the stamp just to eliminate things there. Really nicely done. Patient gameplay by Condon, and now one game away from forcing a bracket reset.
Yeah, a huge operation by Condon. We saw them struggling a lot on game 1, but they just completely reversed the pace of the match, reversed the script, as you said. And yeah, such a strong operation, and now they are in the lead. They are 2 against 1 against El Diablo, and they're threatening the bracket reset, as you said, with that match point.
For sure, and this is definitely something that is entirely different from that winners finals. El Diablo took that, remind you, as in a clean sweep. So definitely Condon has taken these past couple games to learn from them, really gotten the opportunity to try to recover really effectively. And El Diablo, it might be time to change something up with their comp, because it looks like Condon has been able to not only keep that mini at a minimum, but also that Stamper.
Yep, exactly. But let's see how it's going to go. Again, I mean, pretty similar maps this time. Mako Mart Tower is basically the same pace, the same vibe as Rainmaker Undertow. It's a very closed map. You have a lot of ways around, a lot of flanks. And in the end, you still have an objective to get moving.
For sure here, so definitely might see some weapon changes for El Diablo to maybe match Condon. I'm not sure what they would go, but you have to change something now, especially since you did lose 2 straight there. But Mako Mart Tower Control could be the map to do it. Maybe return back with that blaster, because this would be the map for it.
Yeah, definitely. It would be the map and the mode for it. But, I mean, to me, El Diablo needs more speed. Like, they're getting outsped by Condon, out-pressured by their opponents. And they're not going for the blaster. They keep the same comp, so it's Mini, Little Zap, and Stomper.
Yeah, but key distinction for Condon now, sticking with that vanilla sloshing machine will provide Fizzy Booyah Bomb. Now Keeley instead of that Zuka, but already off to a hot start. El Diablo, with putting them in a 3-down situation, are already threatening that first checkpoint. Bake just left in no man's land, is taken out, and Condon are now staggered beyond belief. You see the sloshing machine just waiting for an opportunity for them to recover, but they are already threatening the second checkpoint here in Curie.
Yes, they are with that -2, but now forced to get back to mid. El Diablo with a huge push, but I mean, we've seen how games went when El Diablo got the first push. They got reversed every time.
Yeah, they did. Every single time they were just forced back here. You see Devin just trying to contest the zone, contest the tower with that Kraken, but eventually being forced back. A solid push nonetheless. 1 minute has passed and already down to 42 points is El Diablo, and they don't look like they're trying to stop at all. Mikey has the stamp to maybe try to get that opening pick here. You see it being tossed, managing to find that bucket. 2 players down for Condon here, so now numbers advantage, allowing El Diablo to surge forward here, but so far they haven't been able to touch that second checkpoint quite yet, because it is such a hard choke point to push through.
Yeah, very hard choke point, and look at Condon able to finally stop that push again and again. They're making quick work out of those specials, but El Diablo are back with those specials. They had the Kraken, but they have the Stomp ready. Stomp out putting some good kills. It's a -2 on the side of El Diablo. Stomper making the Wiper jump off. Such a good operation, but they're still getting stopped again and again. The GG Booyah is there. Be careful about the Kraken, though.
Yeah, that Kraken was there, threatening that Booyah Bomb. Still manages to find its way out, so stalling El Diablo's push slightly. However, they're finally at the second checkpoint. That Stamper is taken out, but a quick wipeout will leave that push at a minimum. What looked very promising for El Diablo now hopefully looks to be the changing of just future here for Condon here as they try to surge forward.
Yeah, maybe 8 switch points on the game's pace. For the moment, Condon are making use of that wipeout, but the defense is there by El Diablo, ready to jump onto that tower. The first checkpoint isn't taken by Condon.
Yeah, not quite yet. A key defense for El Diablo, who do only have 2 players standing. However, the tower is reset back to mid. Punchy on this crab again. We've seen how deadly they've been on that crab. It is being pressured by that Stamper, although the Stamper does fall. No more crab to be pushed, so buying a little bit of time for the rest of El Diablo to move in. Devin does have that Kraken as well. Booyah Bomb will be placed, yes, but now that Kraken just contesting the tower a little bit, just trying to slow that push, as El Diablo do have a strong lead, so they can really just try to play keep away.
Yeah, they can just keep away, but they have a hard time keeping Condon from pushing. It's so close for the moment, but Condon are making work again and again. They're still trying to push, getting stopped by that checkpoint, but the checkpoint is passed now, so they have a huge opportunity. They need to go through that choke point, but I mean, again, it's called a choke point for a reason, and El Diablo manages to get that defense 3 points away from the lead, though.
Yeah, and a lot riding on this final minute and 10 seconds left. A very slim lead, but still, it is definitely doable. Just one team fight for Cade Condon can really change things and force that bracket reset for El Diablo. You need to get this to just force a game 5 to try to end things in one set instead of trying to go for another one here. This is do or die time. You have so many opportunities to go now. Unfortunately, Devin does go down there with Kraken, so now that backline will no longer be had. 40 seconds left as we are just reset back to neutral here in mid. El Diablo don't have to make a push. It's all on Condon to try to make something happen.
It's all on Condon, but he's getting killed after, like, killed one after the other. It's a wipeout. It's not even delayed. It's a clear-cut wipeout, and with 30 seconds on the clock, El Diablo are looking so strong. They just keep that tower here, keep under their control, keep under their tentacles.
Yeah, they do. And now 15 seconds left. Devin has that Kraken to just jump on the tower and end things here. 10 seconds left. They Soul Hammer. Now 3 specials actually online for Condon. The Cooler, the Crab go out. The Stamp is still there, just waiting and looming. But now this is the opportunity for Devin to jump on that tower with that Kraken just like that. Unfortunately, just a little too late to get that Kraken removed out of the game before it could be ended here. Now game 5 lurks for us, and a lot on the line for this. El Diablo could end things right here, and Condon can force that bracket reset.
Yeah, I mean, we do see a grand final game 5, not bracket reset yet. We might see it, but El Diablo are looking very strong. They had a very, very good start push, and just didn't let go of the defense the whole game after this.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what that's what you want. I mean, you want to be able to play comfortably, play to your tempo of play, and by doing that is just getting off on the right foot. And El Diablo definitely got off on the right foot there. 2 minutes, like barely half the match has been played there on your screen, and already down to 40 now. Yes, they did falter a little bit by allowing Condon to push right back, but because of that very great push to begin with, they have a little bit of a cushion to play with, and that's what's key right there, ultimately getting them that game 4, now game 5. The one to potentially decide the entirety of this tournament. Paddling pool number 311, we go to Scourge Gorge Clams.
This is going to be very interesting, but one thing I'm noting is that at that level, I mean, it's not about who is better mechanically speaking, which team gets the most team fights. It's mostly about controlling the pace. Like, for the moment, the team that controls the pace of the game and that dictates when the other team pushes and has to defend is, in the end, the team winning the game. So, and Clamblitz is very much a mode where you need to control the pace, and you need to control the flow of the kills, etc.
Yeah, but it's also a very volatile mode, as you know, because of how things can change in a matter of mere moments. One team fight can turn the entire game around, and we saw something similar previously in previous sets of how they've been able to just instantly change in a matter of just one team fight. So these players just have to make every opportunity count, because one mistake can prove disastrous. Both teams rolling with the same comps with what we got now. The switch over back to the Neo Slosh Machine, the one to decide it all. Let's see how it starts off.
Yeah, there's no working around. Just keep the same comps. Teams stick with what they know, and they will need to know their comp by heart and the opponent's comp by heart, because it's just going to be a match of who knows what's happening and who controls the pace again and again. Neutral position, but strong start by El Diablo. They control the mid for the moment.
Yeah, you see here Mikey there just trying to stay alive. You see Mitsuba has so many clams just waiting to find an opening. Has Stamper as well, looking to go on the aggressive here, just trying to find that pick. Does find one, maybe trying to see if they can get Devin as well, but still space has been made and the basket will be opened. You see so many specials. The quick coordination of Condon means that this will be a great push, as you see it all the way down to 53. What an opening.
What an opening, but for the moment, I mean, Kanden are still here trying to lurk a bit. Okay, never mind, the push is finally ended for Kanden. El Diablo need to come back, but they still have time. Like, the game has only started, it's been only 1 minute.
Yeah, it's only been 1 minute, and you see the amount of clams that El Diablo has here, trying to surge forward. You see there, Y manages to get the barrier open, sure, but is there any follow-up? It doesn't look like any player of El Diablo is in a position to try to get these clams. Maybe Mikey could form a stamp in time, but no, it doesn't look like that there will be any follow-through, as a pity will be granted to Kanden here, as now a intense battle for mid will just succumb here, as you see now, just trying to see if they can find any opening. Mitsuba just trying to lurk on this left side, trying to find something, but reset back to neutral here with Kanden in the lead.
Kanden in the lead, and they're not going to let El Diablo pick that lead very easily. The defense is strong at the moment, but El Diablo are still pushing and putting the pressure. They are dictating the pace of the match for the moment. Careful. That's a huge cancel.
Yeah, you see now Devin with the Kraken just trying to create some space for the rest of their team here, and the lead will be taken actually. But on the other side, Punchy, a flanking crab, will force a wipeout, and look at the clams for Kanden here. They have the great position as well to make this one, to make El Diablo pay. You see 1 ball in, 2 balls in, now 3. Now Punchy as well, getting some following clams as well, and look at that turnaround. In a matter of 2 pushes, we're almost at a knockout situation. Kanden just throwing themselves at the point to maybe just end things right here, but what a effort there from Kanden. A quick knockout, a quick wipeout into an almost knockout situation now for El Diablo to try to get this one back. What a push.
Yeah, El Diablo have been struggling to push in a significant way. Y is ready with that bowl. But I mean, the defense is already there. Like the crab from Punchy, the Ultra Stamp is ready on the Wiper's side, and they're just like dropping at that ball, dropping at those players to take the kills very quickly.
Yeah, indeed here. Now you have Devin on this E-leader, has Kraken available. On the other side, you see Mitsuba does have their stamp as well, so just waiting to see how dangerous they could be on that. 2 balls are had, but that stamp is quickly shut down there by Mikey. Very nicely done. You see Y on this right side, just trying to paint up, trying to see if El Diablo can gain any space here, because they have the clams to do it. They have the clams to come back from this Incuria. They just need to have the space and these key picks.
Yeah, I mean, to me, what's going to enable El Diablo to push is going to be a wipeout, but no, they don't even need a wipeout, and only 30 points left already. They need that PT, they need more clams. PT is ready, but not jumping, it's a lost opportunity, but they will need to push fast just after this one.
Yeah, and that was made by the quick picks onto those El Diablo players. They're just trying to give Devin that score here. Pity is dropped, so now you have to have a ball if you're on the side of El Diablo to try to force overtime here. But this comeback attempt has just gotten a lot more difficult now. 30 seconds left on the clock. You have a lot of clams that you need to gather here to try to come back from this. You need to get this pick. A quick key 1-to-1 trade will be had, yes, but it will favor Kanden altogether because they just have to sit back, wait for the lurking players here. 15 seconds now. Cooler popped by Kanden. What can you do, El Diablo?
What can they do? That's the big question. They can only go forward. That's their only choice. And they're doing it. Why? Putting that clam into the basket, but Devin is the only player around.
Yeah, the only player around. Will plop Kraken to maybe try to give some jumps, but it doesn't look like any clams will make their way into the basket. And just like that, Kanden will force the bracket reset, now back on even playing fields, righting the wrong from winners finals. We are going to another best of 5 set.
Another best of 5 to confirm the winner. I mean, Kanden are looking very, very strong here. I mean, every game they played were kind of close. So, and when they won against, when they won, I mean, they were in control. Even if the score was close, in a vacuum, like, they were just in control of everything that was happening.
Yeah, and we talked about it. Me and you both talked about how you want to start off on the right foot, how you want to set the pace of play from the beginning, and Khandan did that literally in 30 seconds there. You saw all the way down to that initial 50 push. All it took was 2 pushes from Khandan. Once to get it to the 50-40 mark, and then the other one get it all the way down to 4. It didn't take much for them to really just get into a comfortable position. But now El Diablo, now it's starting to sweat a little bit because now you don't have that buffer of that Grand Finals win now. It is all even field now, and I hope you weren't sick of Scourge Gorge because we're going right back to it this time, though.
I'm definitely not sick of that map. I love it.
Yep. Back on Rainmaker this time, though.
Yeah, the different mode, but I mean, it's still as volatile as Calamity, maybe even more. Like, one wipeout can completely ruin your game on this one.
So yeah, all it takes, like you mentioned, 1 push, and I feel like those key points that are going to be had are going to be after that first checkpoint, because after the first checkpoint, there are so many different angles that the defending team can shoot you from, and not a lot of space to really work with if you're attacking. So points after that checkpoint pop are so key to get through, because they're so hard to get to.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see how the teams play. It's a completely new set. They need to reset the momentum, need to reset the mental game, and start on a new foot, especially for Diablo, because they just lost the set, and they lost the advantage they had going onto that grand final.
Yeah, but there's a lot of classic maps that await us, and if we do see them, our next one is Mortal Kombat Zones. Pretty much the pinnacle of competitive Splatoon maps, at least in my opinion. Then a return to Mako Mart Tower, then Clam Blitz Museum, and a personal favorite of mine, if necessary, Rainmaker Humpback. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We're going back to Scourge Gorge, this time on Rainmaker. Wouldn't imagine any different changes here from either team really here, so just rolling with what we got. I'm sure, yep, both teams pretty much rolling with the same weapons, jumping straight back into Scourge Gorge. Let's see if it turns out any different.
Let's see. I mean, it's just Discovery again. New set. The pop is for El Diablo again and again, and they have some few pudding pigs.
Yeah, already off to a hot start. Mitsuba just trying to see if they can hold the line against the overwhelming just force of El Diablo, and they do actually manage to stall out the push a little bit, just a little bit short of that Rainmaker. The pop will go to El Diablo, though, as you see this sloshing machine just trying to hold here desperately. Khandan members are throwing themselves at the point here, but all 4 members of El Diablo just waiting there, just waiting for a good opportunity to get onto the Rainmaker, but still not being able to get it, as the Stamp will yet again stall it out.
Yeah, Stamp stalling. The Stamper is there trying to get that pop. It's very disputed. Oh, the Stamp is dead.
Yeah, they're just trying to pop the Rainmaker just a little bit too late there, as now the Rainmaker will actually be sent in the other direction here, as Khandan now try to surge on this right side, trying to get a push going themselves, managing to find one there, trying to even things out. The Stamp will not be had, and actually the Rainmaker does go down, so we're reset back to the beginning of this game. Still, though, El Diablo have a very slim lead.
Very slim lead, but I mean, El Diablo is continuing to put pressure. They have like -3. It's I think maybe a delayed wipeout. Baki is the only one alive, putting that cooler down, and the checkpoint is finally down for El Diablo, and they have a huge opportunity because the Kraken is going to go through with that Rainmaker.
Yeah, just basically trying to be a kind of human shield there, but still, they're trying to surge forward, getting as many points as possible. And Kyrie, I mentioned it at the beginning, these points are so valuable. Maybe just 1 or 2 could spell the end for it because of how little you could just go through. Now you see Bake just trying to take it on this right side, maybe just looking to try to reset it here, maybe just give it a little bit more time, just trying to hold on to it. Devin is just staring at that Rainmaker, just daring it to move forward here, as Bake is finally freed from that prison here, but now being put in a very difficult situation, just trying to get the Rainmaker as far away from their own base as possible. As that timer is that 10 seconds, they will go down to a bomb as well. So now that push will be stalled out.
Push is stalled out, but it's continuing for Khandan. They still have a good shot at it. Devin with that Kraken Kraken is out, but oh, nice kill on Bake with an off angle. Oh, Mitsuba. Ooh, that's a huge play by Mitsuba. It's a wipeout, -4 by themselves, but the Rainmakers just repopped onto mid. It's till last time.
For sure, and now you see that they did lose that Rainmaker. You see Punchy and the rest of Condon. Nope, never mind. Shut down by Devin. A quick double by Devin, making sure that that Condon cannot move much further. Immediately shutting down that push yet again. Condon on their back foot as really El Diablo doesn't have to make much of a push here. Not much more can be scored to make this lead any stronger, but they are not looking to just play passive at all. Taking the fight straight to Condon here, creating so much space here as two players go down.
I wasn't expecting to see Devin on that off angle onto that left side, but it worked. It worked. It definitely did some good job, and El Diablo with still a strong lead going onto that final minute of the game. Condon are just struggling to get past like the checkpoints.
For sure here now with a minute left, Bake just with the Rainmaker has so much space to overcome. You need to take things one step at a time. What's first, you need to get that checkpoint. That checkpoint is so valuable in starting this push. You see here the players are starting to fall from El Diablo though, so maybe a little bit of an opportunity for Condon to surge forward. However, Bake is just fighting for their lives. The Kraken Devin managing to take them out here. 40 seconds left. Stamper here on the side of El Diablo just waiting for an opportunity to strike as Condon slowly move themselves forward. Slowly but cautiously, the stamp throw manages to find two.
Yeah, another Stamper throw, and it's going to be -3 for El Diablo. Condon, I don't think they can come back. Oh, what? There was a shark! There was a shark by Punchy. Punchy alone dying from the Rainmaker pop. It's do or die for Condon, but I think it's going to be more die than do.
Yeah, that stamp just unable to find much value. That pillow just acting as a shield here. 2 seconds, 1 second. Rainmaker will be reset. And just like that, El Diablo have awoken here. I mean, they got it all the way down to 14. And they start things off here in this Grand Finals. Bracket reset off 1-0. Off on the right foot here. Really nicely done from them.
Yeah, very nice lead, but I mean, they started very strong the first Grand Final set. Let's see if they can continue onto that momentum, but as you said, we are going to Splatzone Barnacle and Dime. It is a staple of competitive play. I mean, I won't get too much into it, but it's not one of my favorite maps. Since it's very straightforward, you don't have a lot of ways to play the game on this one, so yeah, it's basically who played the game the best, and basically just on the team fights side.
But I know two players that are definitely gonna benefit from this map. You know who I think that is? Those are the backline players. Devin for sure has so many sight lines now. This is a wide open map for them. On the other side, the pen as well. For Condon, just being able to create so much space. Bake on Condon is just waiting to see if they can get any of their players in there, but definitely Bake and Devin are going to benefit from this the most, just being able to paint their players in, maybe get some key picks here and there, but ultimately being the anchor, being the backline spine to both these teams are going to be key, and definitely something that both teams need to keep an eye on, making sure your backline is comfortable. That is always key, but especially on Barnacle and Dime here.
Especially Indy. Let's see how everything goes. We're keeping the same comps. Devin switching to... Oh no, we are not keeping the same comp. We see the return of Mitsuba's S-Blast. And yeah, so Devin switching to the Wavebreaker.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, I do like that choice, though, to try to maintain control of zone, but not only that, being able to spot out some players for some easy snipes for Devin as well. But already off to a hot start. We see Condon do get first control of the zone, yes, but a trade will be happening. Actually, no, not a trade, as actually Mitsuba will find that pick on that right side and will surge Condon forward.
Surge Condon forward, and it's game on for Condon. El Diablo are struggling to come back, but they do have some opportunities. They do have some specials. and they take back that zone. Commentator Cursed hit me once again, and El Diablo are coming back onto the plat of Countdown, and they have a pretty good shot at taking the lead now, but the Crab from Punchy is out.
Yep, there is the Crab right there. You see, just trying to find any opening here. Now down to the 60-point mark now. El Diablo in strong control of the zone. Maybe might change hands here, as you see. You saw that Booyah Bomb. Now the 2-player down situation leads the Kandan back in business here, but El Diablo are not going to give it up without a fight. They still have strong control of their own plat, and the paint is now there. Now both teams in the penalty. El Diablo in control of the zone, but specials are being popped left and right. You saw the Crab, you saw the Zip.
Yeah, but I mean, for the moment, it's still full on for El Diablo. They have the control of the zone. Never mind, coming to take us again and again. Countdown finally taking back that zone, but they lost so many players.
Yeah, falling left and right. El Diablo have not given up this zone for more than 5 seconds, it feels like. Now an opportunity for them to continue to surge forward. Mikey on their plat as well, on the plat of Countdown, I should say, as now just Countdown just running out of space to really operate here. Mikey almost to that stamp as well, could provide a key pick to shut down Countdown's retake. Now this retake needs to happen soon, because out of penalty, El Diablo are just going to make the situation even more difficult for them. But the picks are there. Punchy's Crab does manage to find one, but in a little bit of an awkward situation as their entire team has fallen around them, and they will go down as well. Booyah Bomb is in possession of Countdown, but with 20 ticks left, these players from Countdown need to go in soon. 15 ticks left. Now there's the Booyah Bomb. 10 seconds left. It doesn't look like there will be a contest
alone.
here.
It's going to be game for El Diablo. Quick 2-0 and securing 3 tournament points.
Yeah, so far, I mean, yeah, you saw a little bit of a jump down there. Bake knew that that situation was unsalvageable, and could we be seeing a little bit of deja vu now from the winners finals? Because El Diablo sweeps Countdown there in a 3-0, and so far, it has been all El Diablo here in this bracket reset.
Yeah, Countdown definitely needs to find an answer to all of this, because for the moment they are losing it, and El Diablo are just in full control. I mean, as you said, we barely seen El Diablo lose the zone for more than 5 seconds. They were just in full control, and Countdown didn't manage to get a single clear push onto that zone.
For sure, and that's something that needs to change here. I mean, how many times have we seen Macomart for both these teams? I mean, we kind of know what to kind of expect here. I mean, we do say blaster this, blaster that, but will we be seeing the S-Blast? I'm sure theoretically it'd be a good idea here for such a very rigid map such as Macomart Tower, but so far it's been all the El Diablo in terms of what they've been running here. So is this the time to maybe change something for Countdown? Your tournament on the line here. You have to pull off the coveted reverse sweep if you want to win this one. You've forced the bracket reset, so you know you can beat this team. You just need to, it all comes down to execution.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the blaster is going to come up very strong onto the map. We've seen it. We've seen it on the past set. I don't remember who won the tower control on Macomart. El Diablo won the tower control on Macomart. So the Countdown needs to fight back and take that win on El Diablo. But they're not starting with the advantage here.
For sure here. So we'll just have to wait and see what we have in store for us. Countdown, tournament on the line. El Diablo just one more to get that coveted victory for Paddling Pool 3-11. Right the wrongs, that was the grand final set here. We do see that first switch there over to the Tri-Slosher. I love it here, just to maybe have a better contest onto the stacks, because Slosher is so difficult to deal with. It is the cooler Slosher, which is interesting because now Countdown's running double cooler.
Countdown's running double cooler, but I don't think. I mean, I don't know if the Tri-Slosher has been taken because of the cooler, but the Fizzy Bomb will be very strong. And for the moment, Countdown are starting very strong. They have the good kills they need But now the objective is theirs, and they will go to that first checkpoint very strongly, but losing already so much players on the line.
Yeah, they are. Punchy will find one here to maybe even things out to try to continue this Condon push here, but still, are trying to not quite finding much success. You see that Tri-Slosher just poking at Mikey does eventually go down to a great E-leader shot by Bake, who's on that E-leader instead, now getting another pick as well. Kraken is available for them as well as now Condon looking really, really good, getting that first checkpoint.
Getting the first checkpoint, but they need to go further than this. Will they take the second? I mean, it's the next objective to go to 50 points left for Condon. They have all the specials they need. Be careful why taking that top right position. Menaced by the blaster, but the blaster is no more. Bake is no more. It's a delayed wipeout for El Diablo, and now is the time for them to push back, as Condon didn't even take the second checkpoint.
Yeah, they haven't gone there, but it doesn't look as much of a lead as it might look in terms of points because they've only gotten that first checkpoint. The distance between the first and second checkpoint is a large one, so you kind of think about it in terms of like checkpoint points, not exactly points here, as this could be a very easy switch here. A quick 1-for-2 trade will be had there, however, on that side as Condon thwart El Diablo's push in very quick succession and are looking to try to increase that lead, trying to see if they can get that second checkpoint.
Well, yeah, El Diablo are just struggling so much to get there. I mean, Condon are just in full control. They're just picking people one after the others, and it's working so well for them. Push is still going. They need to go back onto that tower. They're doing that. Mickey goes down to the blaster. The Splatana is going down to the blaster also. Very hard for El Diablo. They need to stop this. They need to stop the bleeding.
They need to stop it soon as well, especially since Condon have Cooler up as well. They have one of their Coolers, so they are looking for every single fight. They're gonna keep winning the trading battle every single time because, remember, they did run double Cooler, so they're just looking for every single one of these fights. However, you see the tower is slowly resetting itself back to mid, losing a little bit of momentum now for Condon here. Although they are winning these fights, the tower is reset back to mid here, so maybe giving El Diablo a little bit more time to try to recollect themselves here, as although they do have that Booyah Bomb now being shut down, they still have that massive lead.
Still have the massive lead and still have the full control of the mid, like Bake putting that kill onto Mickey. The Booyah Bomb is out, menacing Devin 4K on the back. It's very, very hard for El Diablo because with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, they barely even touched the tower yet.
Yeah, barely. The Bake now with the Kraken just trying to look for kills. You see that Stamper finding one, but is still dancing around, making this Kraken not quite find that much value. And now Bake finds himself in a little bit of a pickle, will jump out. And now it is El Diablo's turn to push. However, they haven't been able to get much as they actually go 3 players down.
They got 3 players down. I mean, El Diablo is just crumbling right now. They can't find a way to push. Condon's defense is just so strong. They just manage to... I mean, every time El Diablo picks the tower and picks a slight advantage, Condon are already there to deny it from them.
Indeed, here now 45 seconds left. Mitsuba does have that Booyah Bomb. Might elect to just save it. Nope, does decide to use it now just to see if they can secure it. I thought they were going to save it just for the end of this match to secure it, as now Condon go 2 players down. 30 seconds left. You kind of think now, El Diablo, it is your time to push. You don't have much that much time left, and you still have to get that first checkpoint, which will be a giant choke point for them. So now they are trying to surge forward. 20 seconds left with Cooler, with 2 specials. What can you do?
I mean, you can do a lot of things. The specials are ready. They have the Kraken. They have the Ultra Stamp. Mickey going to launch that Ultra Stamp, but not picking any kills. They're abandoning that tower now, but for the moment, it's going to come off really strong for El Diablo. Can they make it? It looks like they're going to take that lead.
Ooh, just barely here, managing to dance around. Somehow, El Diablo just found an opening here. You saw every member of El Diablo besides Y, I believe, just jumping straight into the defense of Condon there, managing to get those key picks, forcing that Tri-Slosher into an unfavorable situation away from the tower, as they were just able to just slowly coast there I mean, Condon, that was Condon's to lose there, and unfortunately, El Diablo just had found the golden opportunity right there as they take that one, preventing the Condon reverse sweep right in his tracks before it can even get started there as your victors of Paddling Pool number 311 for El Diablo.
That was such an amazing push right at the end. They found one opportunity. They struggled so much to get that one opportunity, but once they got it, it was game. Like, there was no way for Condon to answer to this. It was just full open for El Diablo, and as you said, taking that victory of Paddling Pool 311. Thanks a lot, Rocket, for commentating with me. I also have to thank Joe Ryan for streaming the event to us. Thank you all for watching, and GG's to all team for entering the tournament.
Yep. Take care, everyone. Oh, yeah. But before we go, of course, like we normally do, almost forgot, we got our plugs at the bottom of your screen right there. You can find me at Rocket1 on Blue Sky. Where can they find you, Incurie?
Basically, it's written on the screen. Like, type Incurie22. You will find me everywhere the community can be found. Sandu, Twitter, Blue Sky, Twitch, you name it. Just type Incurie, you'll find me.
Yeah, for sure. But with that, again, GG's to all the teams. Again, massive shout out to Jorian. Thank you, Incurie, for being my wonderful co-commentator here. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you for next edition of Paddling Pool. So, take care.
Take care. Bye.